Are you ready? We're going to start. Good evening, everyone. I'd like to call to order this session of the Tacoma Park City Council. Will the clerk please call the roll?
Mayor Stewart.
Here.
Councilmember Kovar.
Here.
Councilmember Dabala.
Here.
Councilmember Costick. Here. Councilmember Siemens.
Present.
Councilmember Smith. Councilmember Searcy.
Great. Welcome, everyone. Before our public hearing tonight, we have a few housekeeping things. Tonight, let's see, we have no change to our agenda this evening. Looking at the next couple of weeks, next week, Wednesday, February 12th, we're back here at 7:30 p.m. Our voting session will be a resolution approving the request to close Laurel Avenue for events on April 25th and June 12th. And we have a resolution providing for appointments to committees. We have 3 work sessions next week. The Recreation Center Community Engagement Contract, our tree ordinance amendments, and our tree canopy goals draft resolution. Then on Wednesday, February 19th, we're back here again. We have our voting session is a single reading ordinance awarding a contract for the Recreation Center Committee engagement. Our work sessions are the continued discussion of the resolution on 2020 climate emergency response framework, from nuclear free to fossil fuel free, to build a healthy and livable community for all. It's a mouthful. We have our stormwater fee system and code amendments and our quarterly financial reports. To finish out the month, on Wednesday, February 26th, tentatively, we have a resolution on our climate emergency response framework, and tentatively, our first reading of our stormwater code amendments. And the big news of the night on February 26th is confirmed that we have a library renovation update. So people should mark their calendars for that. Legislative updates. Annapolis is in full swing, and as a reminder, Councilwoman Dabala, Councilmember Kovar, and myself are tracking the bills and things that are going on in Annapolis for our colleagues. One thing that we're doing this week is that we're putting in testimony for a bill that Delegate Mark Corman and State Senator Susan Lee are putting forward that would require a person that obtains a highway work permit from State Highway Administration to maintain pedestrian access at work sites that are within 2 miles of WMATA rail services or transit stations. And given what we've been going through with SHA, the idea of making them do anything like pedestrian access is right up our alley. So we will be submitting testimony for that, and we'll continue to update everyone. That is it for our legislative updates, and as people are trickling in for our public hearing, there have been a few questions regarding the public hearing, so I thought I'd just set us up a little bit before we started. First, thank you to everyone who is here tonight for the public hearing on our climate emergency response resolution. I want to just clarify something on the schedule. Tonight we have our public hearing and a work session. Then tomorrow, next week, we have another work session. And then we are tentatively scheduled to either vote on this on February 26th or March 4th. This is all updated on the city website. What, did I skip one? The 19th?
You said next week. It's not the 12th.
I'm sorry, it was 12th. 12th is trees. The 19th is, right, the climate. And then maybe on the 26th, and a vote on the 4th. But that will all be updated on the city website. The public hearing this evening was scheduled a while ago because we wanted to notice it in the newsletter to let everybody know about it. But if people want to come back again and comment as we are working through this in our work sessions, we have public comments every Wednesday night during our public meetings. So if you didn't get a chance, or if somebody's listening at home and didn't get a chance to come tonight, in addition, you can always email us individually, or if you send an email to the city clerk, she distributes those emails to the full council. A bit more in process, because I've also been asked, what's a work session and what does council do during work sessions? So a work session is when the city council receives presentations. We discuss issues, we ask questions of the staff, of each other, and like this time when our staff presented this plan the first time, this framework a few weeks ago, we had a lot of questions. The city staff created a lot of materials for us. Some of them are over here. They're on the city website. answering some of these questions, and I imagine we will still have more questions after this evening. But that's pretty much what a work session is. We're working through the issues to have a conversation before we get to our voting session when we vote on something. So tonight is a work session. And over our process for the last year, we've been working with an outside consultant, meeting with residents, and having numerous council meetings. And I also ask, as we're going through this over the next month, before we do vote on this and even afterwards, to please check the city website. There's a lot of information about the process and the reports we've had on this. In addition, I do want to say that we know, and we always talk about how we can do a better job gathering community input and getting information out to residents in a timely manner. And I just want to thank people who have emailed me regarding that. And I believe I speak for our full council that we hear that, and as we go through the next month and we deliberate this process and move forward, is something that is always on the top of our minds. The other question I have received over the last few weeks is exactly what is the council considering? Sometimes that question is asked with some adjectives attached to it, which I will not repeat this evening. But people are really curious, like, what is this? What is it, a resolution? Is it an ordinance? What are you actually looking at? So let me clarify. We are considering a draft resolution that states intent and provides a framework for moving forward. It is not an ordinance, and on its own does not mandate any changes. What it does do is lay the groundwork to take a much more aggressive approach to combating the climate crisis, as we laid out in our March Declaration on a Climate Emergency. So that's what we're looking at. It's a draft resolution that the staff has brought to us after we asked them to when we declared a climate emergency last March. I want to also underscore that regardless of our individual views here as a council on the current draft resolution, in addition to the March Declaration taking steps to combat the climate crisis, it has also been a stated goal and priority of this council and prior councils to combat climate change. So we have acknowledged that this is not an issue we can put off and that we must take steps to address. And I think we all are agreeing with that. Where we end up in this process is what we're working through over the next month. We all agree that the extent, speed, and acceleration of global climate change and its impacts are not tomorrow's problems, but today, and that we are already seeing these, and as we will discuss tonight with our stormwater work session, and next week we're going back to trees, and so much more. I don't want to take up more time this evening talking, because I know myself and my colleagues will do that during the work session, because I know we have a lot to say, recommended changes to the draft resolution. But I do just want to say thank you again to everyone who came tonight. It is really an honor and a privilege to live in a community and to be the mayor of a community that has so much expertise and so much passion, not just for these issues, but for the community we all live in. So with that, I'm going to now get the sign-up sheet for who signed up for our public hearing. If you did not have the opportunity to speak, don't worry. As soon as we get through the list of who has signed up to speak, then you can speak after that. So actually, our city manager went to get the list. All right. And I apologize ahead of time if I mispronounce people's names. First, we have Seth Grimes.
Thank you. I'm Seth Grimes, 7300 Willow Avenue, Tacoma Park. That's where we are. It's a good thing to get here early because you can sign your name up first when the sheet is blank. So I very much appreciate the opportunity to comment this evening. It's part of enacting major initiatives to have public comment in a hearing of this nature, so I'm really glad you're doing it. What we're doing is not new. As the mayor has outlined, this has been a process that most recently started with the climate emergency resolution back in March. I came and commented then. I was here in this auditorium when the consultant that the mayor mentioned, Cadmus, presented their report. I was here in this auditorium in November when the sustainability manager, Gina Mathias, presented what she had distilled out of that report, including findings from the numerous public meetings that she had, focus groups, and so on. And I was here 2 weeks ago when Gina presented her proposal, which I support. I'm a member of the city's Environment Committee and active in other groups such as Tacoma Park Mobilization and in the community. I also recognize that what we're doing is not new, except in particulars. We had a task force on environmental action that put forward a list of dozens of recommendations something like 10 years ago. We had a sustainable energy action plan. There are other elements here that are now only coming to fruition. I recognize that Delegate Lord Charkoudian is here, who is the House of Delegates sponsor of Community Choice Energy, which would allow a municipality to set up a utility to sell power that someone else has generated and that would still be transmitted by PEPCO to the public. I worked with Kathy Porter back when she was mayor around 2003, 2004. She was a strong advocate of a similar bill. Back in that era, it was introduced in the state legislature but failed in the early 2000s for several years. I think and hope we can do that now, and I am very confident that Delegate Charkoudian can make this happen. It is time to enact initiatives like that. It is also time for the city of Tacoma Park to keep up this tradition of acting even in advance of other entities such as the state of Maryland and Montgomery County. We can and do have the support to act locally in ways that are within our authority and to work with those other authorities in ways that we can't. So I'm very glad that we're doing that. And I do recognize that there are things that are not covered in this resolution, such as transportation and trees, and I have every confidence that you will take steps on those measures to complement what's before us now. So I'm very glad that you are pursuing this, and I support the timetable on which you're enacting this. We will, I hope, enact this. Thanks for the opportunity to comment.
Thank you. Next, David Blockstein.
Good evening, and thank you very much for your time and your continued work on this. I'm David Blockstein on Sycamore Avenue, Ward 1, a member of the Tacoma Park Mobilization Environment Committee, a volunteer group. So tonight I want to talk about love, and I want to talk about math, do a little Andrew Yang. So let's first start with love. Not sort of an abstract love about the planet, but love for our neighbors. And I would extend our neighborhood pretty strong, pretty far, including the 4 million people who live in the Arctic who don't contribute really anything to climate change, but are suffering because of what the rest of us are doing. I think love is also the neighbors throughout our community who are suffering or will increasingly suffer the impact of climate change in terms of higher energy costs, more air conditioning because it's hotter, increased health because of poor conditions. So the point that I want to make with this is, first of all, that there is no business as usual. Business as usual is over. Right now, we're at 2 degrees Fahrenheit above normal. Business as usual puts us at 8. We're not going to get there. We can't get there. So there's not a no-cost option. So the question is, who pays, when do they pay, and how do they pay? Do we pay up front by efficiency and transformation to a clean energy economy? Or do we pay later in increased energy bills, sick days, hospital stays, and premature deaths? Tacoma Park's contribution to this, here comes the math, is 129,015 metric tons of carbon dioxide equivalent annually. What does that mean? That's about 320 million, et cetera, miles of automobile usage over the year. That's what we need to offset. That's what we need to reduce. Buildings are more than half of that. Natural gas alone is about 18%. My house alone, we have a high efficiency natural gas furnace. We're still contributing 10,000 kilograms of greenhouse gas equivalent each year. The framework resolution is focused on the biggest problem, which is our energy consumption in our buildings. It sets us on a pathway for the city to work together to figure out how to do it. I encourage the council to enact the resolution, and let's roll up our sleeves and get down to work. Thank you.
Thank you. Catherine Lalonde.
Hello, my name is Catherine Lalonde, and I live in Ward 3. I am a 16-year-old attending Montgomery Blair High School, and I've lived in Tacoma Park my entire life. Growing up in Tacoma Park, I always felt privileged to live in a community that was safe and accepting. As I got older, I understood how lucky I was to live in a place that shared my political beliefs and cared about making the world a better place. I'm really proud to say I grew up in the city that has always been at the forefront of change. When people hear I am from Tacoma Park, it means something. Our city has a reputation for being policy changers and protesters. As my mom has said, people don't just wind up in Tacoma Park. They make a choice to live in this city because of the people and the community we have created. I didn't fully understand the urgency and severity of climate change until the UN published their report in March of last year, stating that we only have 11 years left to prevent irreversible damage from climate change. When I read those words for the first time, I was completely terrified. 11 years. That is the time we have to save the monarch butterfly, whose migration has been identified as an endangered phenomenon by the IUCN, who have been keeping track of endangered species since the 1960s. I remember in second grade, we got to raise monarch butterflies. We learned about their entire life cycle. We watched them go through metamorphosis. We got to name them, and we had a special party for them when we released them. When I think about the small things that climate change will take away from me, I think about how someday I will have to explain to my kids what a monarch butterfly is, and how we used to have these days called snow days where we would go sledding on the hill at my middle school. The thing that scares me the most about climate change is it feels like the adults and the older generations simply don't care enough to be taking immediate action. My grandfather once said something to me he thought was hopeful. Well, your generation is going to have a lot to clean up and fix. Why? Why is my generation being left to clean up the mess you made? Why do I have to be here fighting for my right to have a clean and healthy future? I'm 16 years old. I should be worrying about my school newspaper or the spring musical. To all the adults in this room, you have failed us. You have failed your children, you have failed your grandchildren, you have failed your great-grandchildren. I want everyone in this room to look at me and feel how terrified and scared I am. Climate change is not a fire drill. This is an emergency. It may have very little effect on your life, but I hope to live another 80 years in a world that is not on fire. To some of you, the plan that has been proposed by the Tacoma Park City Council may seem too aggressive, and it may seem unattainable. As Al Gore said, climate change is inconvenient, but it is the truth. And we cannot sit here ignoring Mother Earth as she burns. She is screaming at us, asking us to listen. My friends and I are asking you to open your hearts and care. It is time all of you understand that we must take aggressive action and inconvenient actions to save the planet, because that is all we have left.
Aline Charkoudian Rogers.
Good evening. My name is Aline Charkoudian Rogers, Ward 2. I am also 16 years old, a junior at Blair High School, and I am also terrified for my future. I understand that this plan is an ambitious one, but we are an ambitious city, and the only way we are going to reverse this climate emergency is by ambitious plans like this one. I am proud to live in Tacoma Park, and I'm proud to live in a city that values the opinion of young people. It has been shown that young people care about climate change. I want our city to be a city that continues to prioritize young people and the issues that matter to us. The science is clear that our planet is in trouble. That is not the question anymore. The question is, how hard are we going to fight to preserve our air, our water, and our land for future generations? Thank you.
Thank you. Dallas Bertraw.
Thank you, Mayor and council members. I'm Dallas Bertraw. I've lived in Tacoma Park for 30 years, and I live on Birch Avenue. I offer my strongest support for the resolution pertaining to the climate emergency, there are many things we can do as individuals to reduce our climate impact, but the more important action is to enact public policy that reaches beyond what we can do as individuals and helps us build what we can do as a community. Professionally, I'm an environmental economist working at Resources for the Future in Washington, D.C., and we've helped provide technical assistance to federal, state, and local government and the European Union in developing climate policy. But the biggest stage for climate policy is local government, because local government is responsible for the infrastructure, land use planning, and building standards that create a legacy that will last for decades. That is why this resolution is so important. Its goals are ambitious but achievable. The policy steps that are anticipated are practical. They can be achieved at a reasonable costs. And the ordinances that will enact these policies, well, they can and should be debated further, and they will evolve, but the goals should remain firm. That's why I like very much the process that the council is going through in pursuing this issue. For perspective, 50 years ago this year, the Clean Air Act was enacted. There were not well-identified technologies to achieve the goals that are identified there. Catalytic converters for cars or flue gas desulfurization for power plants was not yet invented. The Clean Air Act launched innovation, and since 1970, we've seen carbon monoxide emissions fall by 84%, lead by 99%, nitrous oxides by 59%, and the most potent and toxic sulfur dioxide by 84%. In the 15 years since EPA began regulating fine particles, concentrations have fallen by 37%. These reductions touched every aspect of the economy, while the economy has grown 16-fold over this time. Environmental improvement does not hamper economic growth, it can enhance economic growth, and our population has grown by 60%. The climate change challenge we face today requires reductions of a similar magnitude, perhaps on a faster timescale, but the technologies we need in Tacoma Park for decarbonizing electricity, building, and transportation are already available. What we need is policies to bring these technologies into practice. And of course, Tacoma Park cannot achieve these goals alone. To implement decarbonization, our community requires policies not only at Tacoma Park, but at the state and national level. For example, retail rate reform in Maryland is necessary to unleash large-scale electrification and transportation. The city's actions can put the city in a leadership position in articulating that type of a policy. A second policy unfolding on a regional level is a Transportation Climate Initiative, which will, if enacted by the 12 participating states, will generate about $5 billion in revenue for investment in decarbonization and transportation. The city's leadership role here can put it in a leadership in the regional level to decide how those funds get utilized. So I want to thank you very much for the actions you're taking, and I encourage you to keep moving forward. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, Robert Lanza.
Hi, I'm Robert Lanza. I live at 7215 Cedar Avenue. A couple weeks ago, I took a couple hours worth of work and went to one of Peter Kovar's open houses. Thank you, Peter, for having those. We talked about the climate change initiative and a couple of my concerns about it. I'm happy to see that there's a line item in the handout about the costs of the various types of proposals, because that was something that was missing from the public discussion. What I will say about the costs is that there's some pretty high numbers in here. And what I would suggest is that as you go forward with whatever initiatives you're going to pursue, I would look at a couple of things. I'd look at the potential effects on tax revenue, potential effects on property values, the potential effects on small business and low-income households. Not everybody lives in Ward 1. Even the cost of a home energy audit is going to be a burden for some people. The subsidies that are currently available to people for energy efficiency and other initiatives are not adequate for even the rough estimate costs that you have here. So that's something that you're going to have to look for to help people do whatever it is that you decide. One other thing that Peter and I talked about is that there are certain things that are likely better done at the county level than at the city level. One of them is probably the power purchase. It's probably a good idea for 1 million people to be purchasing power rather than 18,000. So to the extent that you can coordinate with county on various initiatives, you get a whole lot of efficiency from doing that. Last thing I'll mention is that the 2045 date for phase out of fossil fuels entirely, you could do that, but you're not going to have all of the natural gas equipment ending its useful life before then. I bought a new natural gas boiler in December. The people that installed it said that properly maintained it would last 50 years. So you're not going to have end of life at that point in time for a lot of equipment, so you're going to need to take that into consideration also, because a stove's a pretty simple piece of equipment. My 90-year-old father-in-law has a stove that was put in his house in 1956. So that stove's 65 years old. So just keep all that in mind when you're going through looking at how you're going to phase things out over time. And I've got 20 seconds left. And again, Peter, thank you for your support on all this. Bye.
Thank you very much. Larry Silverman?
Good evening, Larry Silverman, Birch Avenue. Development of a climate change emergency response plan is essential for safeguarding our future. To not do such a plan would be municipal malpractice. Such a plan must have two broad elements: how to reduce the community's contributions to the problem by direct action and by way of example. This is a moral imperative. And B, how to survive the terrible consequences of climate change. This is a survival alternative. Actions which contribute to both purposes should be given priority. Regarding survival, what is the city's plan when the storm leaves 40 or 50 homes flooded and even more blown away? Did I miss the meeting where survival plans were hashed out? Or is it the city's plan to sit out the next emergency? I think we should spend more time on action plans and a little bit less on rhetoric. It's good to talk about gas bans, but I think what's been discussed really is not lawful and will never go into effect. What do I mean by action plans? If you want to install solar or geothermal energy, you do an evaluation. You look at the city. What's the potential? How does it conflict with historic preservation? How does it conflict with trees? What's the potential? What are the obstacles to realizing the potential? Then what can we do to make this an action plan? Same with the forest. We need a forest management plan, which should, at a minimum, talk about how many trees we're going to plant in the next 10 years, talk about how many people we're going to train to do the horticultural work that's necessary because of the fallen trees and the new trees we want, and really come up with a plan that maximizes potential. You can't do this by yourself. Tacoma Park's not an island. I think some of the most effective things that the members of the council could do is become lobbyists to the state and county governments. I think the idea of staff, whoever capable of being your representatives before other elected officials, is a non-starter. It just won't work. They'll waste a lot of time. They won't get anything done. There's something an elected official has, a kind of cachet with other elected officials and senior bureaucrats that's just irreplaceable. So you need to be negotiating for us in the councils of the state, the county, and the national government. Plans should be operational. You know, what can we do? Suppose the Democrats win, God willing, in November, and all kinds of grant programs become available. Can you take advantage of it? Is there anything in this plan that says, yeah, I could do that? I can get it done. There may be elements. You want to weatherize or improve the electrical profile of public housing. Well, how do you do that? What's the cost? How do you reduce the cost to the residents? What's the plan? What do you need? Just, you know, let's move. Let's not declare. Let's just move in the right direction. Finally, this is really going to take a unified community. If we don't have that, it's not going to work. You don't own all the trees, but I think you can own and translate the vision of what kind of community we want. And
Thank
I
you,
hope
Mr.
you
Silverman.
take that role. Thank you very much.
Steve Nadell?
Okay, thank you. Steve Nadell, Ward 2. Tacoma Park has made a lot of progress in addressing greenhouse gases since its last plan. Many voluntary programs, we've had very high participation in them compared to other communities. But through your emergency resolution, you've acknowledged we need to take it to the next level. We have a draft framework, if you will, before you to take it to the next level. I would encourage you to pass a resolution that helps adopt and move this framework forward, but with appropriate modifications. I've read many of your blogs. I know there are various different concerns, but I hope there is a commonality of things that you can all agree. Here are the things we can do to move forward. Here are the things we need to study further. So I do expect a significantly revised resolution as opposed to what we have before us. A couple of the changes that I see as important, there's been a lot of misunderstanding, and make clear, as the mayor pointed out, that this is indicative, it's approximate, all the details will be worked out. We're not trying to do an ordinance or something binding. I think we need to, in this, ask staff to flesh out the transportation provisions more. These steps will, by and large, decarbonize our buildings by 2045, but only makes modest improvements in transportation. We need to do more there. I'm not saying we're going to figure this all out in the next couple of weeks. We need to direct staff to report back at an appropriate point in time with much more. As several people have pointed out, the first steps are pretty low cost. Many people can afford them. Where they can't, as I understand it, there's money in the sustainability budget to cover it. But as we move to the higher cost items, we're going to need to beef up financing. And I think the resolution should make that clear, where the city will work with the county and the state to help put in place the financing that will be needed for people who cannot afford these more expensive steps. And then fourth, I would recommend that in particular you refine what you want staff to do in the short term. In particular, what are the steps that staff should develop concurrent with the budget process so you can actually start implementing the first initial steps after the budget process. Top of my list would be the home energy score requirement, as well as benchmarking, I'd say, for buildings from about 10,000 or 25,000 square feet. That will provide information for people to move forward, for us to save energy and emissions, but for the city to have much clearer data on what the costs will be of the future steps. So I would encourage you to do that, but please all work together to see what can we all agree on so we can move forward now, even if there are some items we're going to have to work on further in the coming years and over the next decade. So thank you.
Thank you. Sam Baldwin.
Thank you very much for your leadership on this. Sam Baldwin, 503 Boston Avenue, Ward 1. So we do face a very serious climate crisis, and I won't repeat all the good points made by previous speakers. I would just note that you have with Dallas and David and Steve tremendous technical resources that you should be able to tap. The most important thing in all of this is getting started. And one of the things that has been touched on is that there's a lot of misunderstanding in the community. There's a lot of people out there that think that there are going to be high costs and it's going to be mandates forcing them to do all kinds of stuff in the very near term. So for the council here, it's important to do more communication, lay out much more clearly that those kinds of costs are down the road, they're not binding, that it's something that will be revisited as we get closer to those time periods. With that, there needs to be a focus on what are the big low-cost things that we can do immediately, and we need to think about it in phases, thinking about how do we do a phase now that we can get everybody engaged in and comfortable with, and then talk about in the future we will do the next phase and the next phase to really address this issue. So just to wrap all of that up, most important is to get the community on board, get them engaged, and we need to get started now. Thanks very much.
Yeah. Thank you. Maxine Hillary.
Hi, this is Maxine Hillary, and thank you for some of the people that voiced some of the thinking about this that I share, maybe in a little more balanced way than I might. So I'm here tonight it's odd for me that I'm discussing mechanisms to address climate change. I just finished authoring and distributing a global newsletter on how the international aid agency I work for is doing just that in the developing world. And there's no reason not to take climate change seriously. It is serious. And even if my federal agency is working abroad, you know, we are not strangers to this issue. So, but I offer this. The proposed resolution and the act accompanying it begins to miss the mark in asserting that Tacoma Park should or wants to be the first in the nation to require certain benchmarks for individual households. While most of us care deeply about the environment, there isn't a consensus on how we should approach climate change. The number of times the word require is used in this is stunning. It should be replaced by encourage, incentivize, and assist, regardless of income. Requiring individual homeowners to upgrade by 2029 and fork over $1,500 to $4,000, even for middle-income households, is insensitive and draconian. I'm a middle-income person with recent dental and medical issues. Cost me thousands of dollars in copays. Having to put another $4,000 would be difficult. If I had kids or was on a fixed income, it would be impossible. Requiring people who want to sell their homes to incur more expenses on top of pre-sale structural and cosmetic improvements, particularly if they are bearing the closing cost of first-time buyers, will raise the price of homes and make it difficult for people to buy here. And don't think for a minute the expenses for what you will require won't be passed on to renters as capital improvements, because it will. Requiring people to buy into a city-run electric company or Clear Choice, when I think of the potential for corruption or mismanagement or a tax burden, I cringe. Demanding that homeowners by 2030 to spend $15,000 to $25,000 for replacement of heaters, stoves, and water heaters may be impossible for a lot of people. Requiring homes to compost and micromanaging light bulbs, again, incentivize. But when you require, you get into people's personal homes. Don't tell me what to do with my table scraps. Finally, I find this to be overreach and hypocritical, partly because Tacoma Park has not required restaurants and shops to quit selling meat, poultry, dairy, or palm oil, and I add bottled water. These are the cruelest, most abusive, and most polluting industries in the world, spewing methane into the environment and sullying waterways, destroying thousands of hectares of habitat and indigenous lands yearly. Sir Richard Branson just made a statement that they should be phased out. The amount of water, land, grain, and fuel used in these industries is radically inconsistent with what Tacoma Park claims to be supporting.
Thank you, Ms. Hillary.
So until the town council is prepared to draft a resolution that separates
Ms. Hillary,
them
please,
from their cheeseburgers, I'm going to call this propaganda disguised as policy.
Thank you, Ms. Hillary.
And by the way, think about your devices. You don't need a new cell phone every year.
Thank you. Mike Johnson.
Mayor and Council. I'm Mike Johnson, 7812 Tacoma Avenue. I'm no stranger to climate. In 1988, I was knocking on your door as a Greenpeace canvasser talking about climate change. In 2009, I was one of the founders of the Climate Change Center at the U.S. Department of Transportation, and I continue working on that issue today. But I'm not the only climate guy or person in Tacoma Park, and that's the great thing about Tacoma Park. We have done a ton. I would guarantee that our per capita greenhouse gas emissions is lower than anybody else's in the county. I mean, that's Tacoma Park. We have people that we don't eat meat because we're concerned about the environment. We put solar panels on our roof. We have made significant investments in energy efficiency, solar panels, high efficiency cars, landscaping that absorbs carbon, which is critical. I sent out a little idea about one way we could handle this by working on all of our commitments and all the actions we have taken and recognizing those things and trying to look at a greenhouse gas emission per capita of the people in Tacoma Park and ways that we can reduce that. And by giving people credit for things we've already done and by things that we can do in the future and by looking at greenhouse gas reductions, that is the key. Slogans and banning gas stations, that doesn't reduce greenhouse gas emissions. I need a greenhouse gas reduction immediately. That's what's going to save the planet. We need to stay focused on that. That's very important. So I would ask that there's a lot of great things in this proposal. So don't get me wrong, I'm not bashing the proposal, but I think we really need to think carefully here. If we start switching to heavy electrical use, what's powering our lights right now? 96% greenhouse gas and nuke power. And we may buy energy credits to a wind farm, that's the same thing as buying a CO2 credit, essentially. So, maybe the natural gas users for their home heating buys natural, CO2 credits. There's so many ways to address this. We have to think outside the box. We should take the ideas of Berkeley and these West Coast places. We know how to write regulations better. We're in Washington, D.C. Come on. We should be the leaders. We should come up with better ideas than what these folks do. We need to have things that actually work, that actually bring people who don't have the money to make these changes into the fold. We got to look at everybody. So I think it's really important to stay focused on reducing greenhouse gas emissions, maybe look at it per capita, try to combine all the initiatives in this city that affect climate and make it one thing, and try to get people on board. So I think that's really what we need. I really appreciate your time. I'm so glad we're even here talking about this. Thank you, everybody. I really appreciate it.
Thank you. Stephen Brown.
I'm Stephen Brown. I live 506 Albany Avenue. I can't really add much to what Mike just said. I mean, we are too late. This has been happening for the last 200 years. We've been living a certain way, and we've got to change that, and we know that. And it's going to have to be a radical change, and it's going to take money out of our pockets. But I think that's one of the things that we need to talk about is how do we reduce that? And I'm not saying we don't do it, but when I first came to Tacoma Park, people had bought houses for $65,000. In my neighborhood, right now, the mean price of a house is about $800,000. So there are people that have a deeper pocket, and then we have a lot of people that have been here, and they don't really have that much money. And so how do we enable them to come along? And I think one of the things that we haven't talked about is cooperation in terms of purchasing these things. And how can we get together? Can we facilitate a buying group where you can go out and get your house insulated? Can we facilitate a buying group to do something to upgrade your heating appliances? Can we have a buying group for people that want to have electric vehicles versus the fossil fuel vehicles? And then I have a real question in my mind. Exactly what is a carbon credit? I purchase these carbon credits because I drive a car that doesn't get good gas mileage. But I'm just wondering, is that real? I don't know. I mean, so I think there's a lot of questions there, but I think that what we do best in Tacoma Park is getting together and doing things. There are things like, we have a community-run soccer league. We have a community-run baseball league. We have, all sorts of different sports. We have activities for people. We do these things, and it's all done by volunteers. I think with some leadership, and maybe we get that kind of thing going again, I think that would go a long ways, because we can't sit on our hands, and we do have to get going. Thank you.
Thank you. John Ackerley.
Thank you, Mayor Stewart and the council. I'm also very glad we're talking about this here tonight. I live in Ward 2. I've lived across from Cindy for 25 years. And part of the reason I'm here is also because I have kids, and it's great to see you guys here. And my son is also one of the reasons I'm doing this, because although he should be here too, but he's glad I am. So, you guys, by asking staff to look 30, 40 years in the future, you now have brought upon yourselves 30 or 40 years of input and issues in the space of a month. So it's kind of self-inflicted. And I would urge you to focus on the near term. I mean, I totally support the proposal, and I think it's important to recognize it as a framework. I don't think there needs to be significant amendments. And I would like to see it be passed so that you can get on to the ordinance stage and focus in the next 5 years, 5 to 10. The Committee on the Environment, I'm a co-chair of it, we just held a information session next door. And pretty much every person I talked to had concerns about going to a whole house heat pump in the 2030 to 2045 time scale. I was quite amazed. No one mentioned concerns about the next 10 years. Not that there weren't any, but that was the first thing people went to, was the idea, and a lot of people had already gotten estimates for heat pumps. And it is, today's prices, they can be expensive. So the thing is, we can't really predict what it's going to cost, what the efficiencies of those things are going to be in 10 years. I expect it's going to be very plausible for us all to move to heat pumps after 2030. But we can't say for certainty now, so let's not try to get too much in the weeds of that now. Treat it as a framework and start focusing on the next 5 to 10 years. I do want to announce that the Committee on the Environment formally and unanimously is supporting the resolution. We voted on it Monday night, and everyone, everyone has little things, but no major changes that we think need to be made. So, there's been a lot of concern about lower income people. The next, over doing energy audits, the next 5 to 10 years, that is going to save people money. So we're really benefiting the lowest income members of our community, not burdening them. And I think that's important to keep in mind. And finally, I also agree transportation needs to be looked at. I would urge you to make a strong reference to it, but not get down in the weeds, because it takes real significant study and detail. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Ackerley. Karen Elridge. Ms. Karen, okay.
Hi, Karen Elrich, 8110 Roanoke Avenue. I'm speaking tonight for Betsy Taylor, who cannot be here. She has worked on climate solutions full-time since 2007, serving on the boards of Greenpeace, 350 Ceres, and currently on the County Climate Task Force, and as chair of former NASA lead climate scientist James Hansen's board of directors. She's also a member of Community Vision here in Tacoma. I strongly affirm the city's commitment to bold action on climate change. We have an immediate climate emergency. Thank you, Gina, Matthias, city staff, council members, and engaged citizens for working hard to find solutions. I urge you to allow proper time for community concerns to be aired in a true town hall setting. If ever a moment to call for us to cast aside this restrictive 3-minute format, it is now. Montgomery County Town Hall. Montgomery County Town Hall is on February 27, where hundreds of recommendations will be discussed as the county prepares to release its climate action plan to reduce greenhouse gases 100% by 2035. Our plan should align with the county. On its face, the proposed city approach conflicts with concerns for racial equity and economic justice. Low and moderate income owners and business owners are already leaving Tacoma Park due to rising rents and taxes. Despite references to financial relief, there is nothing specific in these documents about where funds will come from and how they will be allocated. The framework excludes many critical elements identified by the National Academies of Science and the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change as absolutely critical. Most notable, the inclusion of aggressive focus on carbon sequestration through our trees, management of green and food waste, and urban lands. It fails to address resilience, which will be critical to our town's livability. And while I applaud the effort to address natural gas, a better first step would be to send our lobbyists to Annapolis to fight new natural gas infrastructure proposals. Finally, the Cadmus report says transportation causes about 50% of our emissions. Why then are you pushing for a development at the Tacoma Junction that will just, I had to talk about the junction. When you're pushing for a development at the Tacoma Junction that will displace bike lanes, a bike hub, and a bus stop while increasing parking spaces and cars. The development will also threaten trees, undermine stormwater management, and add a building with few environmental attributes. This flies in the face of our professed concerns about climate change. The public relations advantage of from nuclear-free to fossil-free can't override the need for a deliberative and unifying community process. Thank you.
Mike Royst. Mike, he's got it.
My name is Mike Royst. I'm a resident of Tacoma Park on Park Avenue in Ward 1. First off, I would like to congratulate the City Council, our Sustainability Manager, and our City Manager for addressing the serious issue of climate change. The proposed draft resolution is a bold resolution, and to that I say great, because climate change caused primarily as a result of burning fossil fuels requires a bold response. I like the majority of the resolution and its direction. I like that the city has proposed timeframes to meet specific sustainability goals. I like that the city will implement this resolution through future code changes, ordinance, and additional resolutions, so future ordinances can be fine-tuned as best practices change. I urge the City Council, as our elected officials, to listen to resident concerns and modify the resolution as you see fit, and pass this resolution so residents will have ample time to know what's coming. I look forward to living in a city that is taking definitive steps to address climate change. Tonight, I'm up here primarily for my 10-year-old daughter. The time to act is now. Thank you.
Thank you. Bob Golden? Yeah, Bob.
Hello, I'm Bob Goulden, 7309 Willow Avenue. And I am a part-time editor and journalist. I do want to point out, we've got to do something with the awkward title of this act. I would suggest just cutting everything after the dash, from nuclear-free to fossil-free, blah, blah, blah. But to get onto the substance of things, I have been hearing a lot through my neighborhood listserv, the Penn List, about people's concerns and worries about this climate resolution, and I've been listening to it. I can tell that people are worried that something massive and expensive and intrusive might be forced on them, and they don't like that idea. It kind of brings out the live free or die side of Tacoma Park. And so I think that we need to emphasize to people that this is not a statute, it's not a law, that it's kind of a guideline for future activity. And I've been doing that in my own conversations with people. We should let them know that there will be flexibility, that there will be ongoing conversation with the citizens of Tacoma Park, and that if people feel that something is not workable, that county staff and council will listen to them and make adjustments to make sure that this is something that everybody can live with. I mean, having said that, I should make it clear that I'm definitely in favor of the resolution, but I'm in favor of doing it in a flexible way. And I'm pleased to see also that work along these lines is happening, including in Annapolis. Delegate Lori Charkoudian is leading a drive for community choice energy, which would make it easier for the entire town of Tacoma Park to all buy green energy, and we wouldn't have to worry about where's our energy coming from, and that would be a step in the right direction. I would say there's a couple of things that I believe will need some adjustment as we keep going this route. One of those is the question, which has been touched on, about how do we maintain the nice look of the historic districts and at the same time add things such as rooftop solar. That's a tough one, and people want to know how that's going to work. And also, what is the effect going to be on low-income residents? That we have to do something to provide interest-free loans or other subsidies so that they can afford all of this improvement. Thanks.
Thank you, Bob. Suzanne Lowen?
Suzanne Lowen, Sycamore Avenue, Tacoma Park. Thank you for cueing me, Bob. On I wanted to talk about next week's Climate Action Coffee, which is every week at Busboys and Poets, is going to be a forum focused on green banking. And so as we face these infrastructure challenges, we're looking at ways to finance the kinds of radical changes that we need to make to become a sustainable economy. Our local, regional economy could be more resilient through infrastructure changes like places to aggregate food and activating some of the lands in our community like schoolyards. Imagine forest gardens, food forests rather, kids out at recess planting trees. There are a lot of innovative solutions that the cultural creatives in this community are really excited about. And we need money to make those things happen. Many of us have, if you have a 401k, do you know where that money is? It's probably in Wall Street. There are new vehicles for moving your money into a solo 401k that can serve these kinds of infrastructure changes. So come and join us, join the conversation, and we'll, it's February 12th at 7:30 a.m. at Busboys and Poets, and we will be recording it and hope to generate more interest and conversation about, how we can move financial resources into the kinds of projects that we need to see for the kind of future that we want to have for our children. So, thank you.
Thank you. Great. Chantel Warzall. I'm sorry, Chantel.
Good evening, and thanks so much for listening to us all. We appreciate it. I want to give a shout out to the kids here because I really do hear what you're saying. And I want everyone to understand that Tacoma Park, by and large, we really support the goals of addressing climate change, and we're doing it. I did read the Cadmus report, 2 data points indicating what we're doing. Our per capita greenhouse gases are notably lower than Montgomery County overall. If my math was right, it's 26% lower than the county average. Go Tacoma Park. Number 2, Tacoma Park has seen a reduction in overall residential energy use already with voluntary incentives, 100% wind powered on Maple Avenue. So we have a community that's looking to live its beliefs. We have a co-op, we have a lot of vegetarians, we have a lovely farmer's market where we're not trucking things all the way from Peru, just from Pennsylvania. So we're doing the right thing. And so this document that I keep hearing being called a framework, I think in some ways is a little bit offensive, frankly, to the residents of Tacoma, who feel like they're doing a lot of the right things, and they get this document that says require, 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 require. Is this a framework? It doesn't read like a framework. If I were building a framework to think about climate action, I would do everything in one document. I would talk about resilience. I would talk about transportation. I would talk about trees. Sure, I'd talk about what it is that people need to do in their own houses, but I don't think I'd use the word require, particularly in a framework. So I'm not quite sure I buy the repositioning of what I see as a very sort of draconian, hit people over the head kind of document. So that being said, I and many of my neighbors really have a lot of questions about what's the right level of government to take action on climate change, and what is it that a city of 17,000 people with a limited scope of authority and limited resources can do. And so I want to focus on asking my city government to be pragmatic, to set realistic goals, to work within its budgetary resources, and do real budget analysis before it puts any requires in any document. We need to make the hard choices. New initiatives, no matter how important, have to be paid for by realigning our priorities and redeploying our resources, not adding new staff, growing the budgets, and imposing costs on residents. The only budget item I saw in all these
Thank you.
presentations was to add a new staff
Thank you.
member and increase the budget.
Thank you. Excuse me, Alan Lewis.
I haven't been to one of these hearings before, so I thought I was just signing up that I was here.
Okay.
So,
You don't have to talk if you don't want to.
and I don't have any statements, but I
Okay.
just have a couple questions that have come to mind, which I think sort of exemplify some of the kinds of issues people have been raising. One of the things that struck me had to do with requiring the outlets for plugging in electric vehicles at the buildings that have 30 family units, okay, within about 3 years or so. And I started thinking, well, you know, do the people that typically reside in 30 family units have the income levels to afford electric vehicles? And if they have families affording electric vehicles that are big enough for 4 or 5 people, you know. So, but that to me seemed like an example of, well, maybe the planning isn't totally in sync. We're focused on one aspect and not realizing that maybe the customer base for those types of outlets won't really be there at those buildings, at least at this time. Maybe the technology will improve and be less expensive, and that's something that might evolve. But there are the types of things that need to be considered together. The whole thing about the home energy scores and establishing a minimum home energy score. Maybe it's in the background information you mentioned you have on the website, I don't know. But what's that score based on, you know? And hybrids, are you looking for people to go completely off of natural gas? I started thinking about 2 years ago, I replaced the whole system in my house. You'd be glad to know I got rid of my 45-year-old air conditioner and a totally dead gas heater. But I replaced it with a dual fuel system that was a heat pump. And what I did before I decided what to buy, I looked at average temperatures in Tacoma Park, and I found out that with a few exceptions, even in the winter, it doesn't get so cold that heat pumps can't take care of your housing needs. There's a few days where you have to kick on the heater. And so it's a dual fuel system, and the gas heater only kicks in when it gets really bad. But I'm wondering, when you start setting up these scores and minimum standards, is there, like, you know, not that you expect people to go totally away from any kind of devices that create carbon gases, or is there some lower threshold where you get into the area of diminishing returns, where every little increment of reduction starts going up quite a bit in expense? Or are these scores going to allow for some of that?
Thank you, Mr. Lewis.
So those are just the kinds of questions I'm starting to think about.
Great. Well, we'd love to have more conversations with you on those. They're great questions. Mary Rooker? Yeah. Good. Wait 1 second, Mary.
Sure. Hey, Alan, can you send me those questions that you have? It's Talisha. Yeah, if you could send those questions, that would be great. Thank you.
You're up, Mary.
Okay. Mary Rooker, Larch Avenue. I speak tonight on behalf of the Montgomery County Green Party. We support the city plan. It won't get us to carbon negative or even just to net zero for greenhouse gas emissions, but it is an important step in the right direction. To implement the advice of scientists, we must do more than this plan currently proposes. Many people, even environmentalists, don't realize how much our personal lifestyles are bound up with the climate emergency and ecosystem destruction. Real sustainability requires major rapid change on these personal issues, and we would like to see the plan tackle this part of the challenge as well. We recommend including major public education campaigns showing how everything we buy has an embedded energy content that contributes to global warming, and what people can do to dramatically reduce that contribution. For example, the apparel and footwear industries together account for more than 8% of global climate impacts. Total greenhouse gas emissions for textiles productions are more than those of all international flights and maritime shipping trips combined, according to the Ellen MacArthur Foundation. We can all buy fewer new products and support secondhand stores. And the city can incubate upcycle businesses and support local cottage industries to recycle textiles. Electronics provide another example. The information and communication technology sector produced 1.3% and media sector 1.7% of global gas emissions within production cycle. In the same time, global electricity use of that sector was 3.9% and 3.2% respectively. Our lawns provide another opportunity. Phasing out gas-powered leaf blowers is long overdue, but it's not sustainable to have citizens replace them with electric leaf blowers. Even wind turbines and solar panels to provide the electric blowers electricity have significant greenhouse gas emissions. A Leave the Leaves and Reforest Your Lawn campaign by the city could advise residents to rake only those leaves that must be raked, eliminating the gas leaf blower truly sustainable while also cooling the city with more understory tree cover. Whether our clothes, laptops and cell phones, lawns, diets, and more, we need major public education and programs to stimulate the massive lifestyle changes needed to return to a stable global climate and healthy ecosystem. We support any additional steps the city and residents can take together. We don't want you to set realistic goals, but ones that will give us and those teens a livable future. Thank you.
Thank you, Mary. Tim Mail.
Hey, good evening, everybody. Tim Mail, Ward 2, and the founder of the Environmental Policy Innovation Center. Our mission is to make environmental change happen faster. In this instance, I hope you slow down with the resolution and still pass it. And in particular, the section of the resolution that creates lots of requirements and standards mostly around houses and commercial buildings. I, as some other people have indicated, think that you need to do more on transportation. You need to do more to commit yourselves and your existing resources to focus on lobbying the county and lobbying the state. Every delegate and state senator should have one bill from the city at the state level that allows us to do things, like mandating that PEPCO put on every bill, give every customer the option to opt out of fossil fuel energy sources and opt into sources like Clean Choice Energy, which provides 100% wind power today, local, regional wind power. I really think that the city's audit of greenhouse gases is extremely untransparent. I still haven't actually found it on the website. I can watch a webinar, but the webinar doesn't talk about methodology. I still don't understand why it shows that our emissions have gone up since 2015, or the previous assessment that was done when Terry was on the council, but I was not. Kate was not. And I think that's really essential to understand how we make progress faster, how we make progress cost effectively. I would ask that you guys put actions in there that, for example, commit you to a deadline of the end of 2020 for staff to come back to you with a transportation plan around greenhouse gases. Commit yourselves to dedicated staff action like that. Commit yourselves to having staff identify in each of the sectors, commercial, residential, and transportation, what are the 3 most cost-effective actions to get us in 2 years or 3 years a 10% reduction. And lastly, I'd ask you all to think about the most powerful tool you have that takes almost no enforcement activity, no new staff hiring, and that's tax policy. Property taxes are extremely unprogressive, right? A low-income single-family homeowner and a wealthy single-family homeowner pay the same rate for their property taxes. And if you could get state permission, and I know it would take things like that, but state permission on a pilot basis for this wacky community to drop your property taxes by 20% and allow the same amount of revenue to come in, but by taxing people's vehicle miles traveled in a fossil fuel-based vehicle, taxing people's home energy use, and then letting people choose, okay, I want to get away from that tax, and I want to do that by a heat pump or by insulation or by buying a new car. So I'd ask you to do those kinds of things, and also think about anything you can do that yields returns in 2 years and 3 years and 4 years. So faster action. 2045 to take out gas stations at Tacoma Park, they're going to be gone already. That's silly. I'll leave you with that, and happy to provide more comments than I've already shared with you in writing. Thank you.
Thank you. Vern Kelly?
Good evening, Vern Kelly from 6517 Westmoreland Avenue, Ward 3. I think it's great that we're having this discussion, and I also second we have a town hall meeting where we can really have a discussion. Draconian has been used several times. Authoritarian is another word for it. Let's be careful in that region, especially with economics. And some of you are drunk the Kool-Aid all the way. So for you who have been drinking a little too much, I have a 12-step program for a reduced carbon future in the city of Tacoma Park, starting tomorrow. So, I left my glasses over there. Stop citywide leaf removal and provide electric leaf grinding and composting sites throughout the city. Remove turf grasses from all public slopes, parking lots, unnecessary areas, and rebate homeowners who remove turf grass. City purchases PV solar panels for repurchase by city property owners and allow for and create solar farms on certain targeted properties. Those are the schools that are vacant and the hospital site. Refurbish and reuse existing vacant buildings and properties for the new library, new in quotes, mixed uses that must include subsidized and senior housing and carbon tax on all other new building, hint, hint, NDC, construction, including commercial, public, and residential structures. Provide and distribute light bulbs and other energy savers from Pepco's and other sources, preferably at a green credit union. Create local tax deductions for the purchases of all Energy Star rated appliances. Cover all of the public roads and parking lots with PV solar panels and mandate white or high-value silver or light-colored roofs so we get reflectivity. Allow and either purchase and placed wind power on top of Tacoma Tower and Victory Towers and other buildings on the Carroll Avenue Ridgeline, or subsidize the owners to do so for the benefit of the entire city. As part of a citywide parking plan that uses public and private parking lots shaded by solar panel structures, create or contract a free all-electric jitney van service in conjunction with the parking meters and fees, with stops at Metro, Purple Light Rail, and all public facilities and businesses. Provide free sapling trees year-round. Provide free sapling trees year-round to all residents who request them, and plant as many public trees as is practical. And lastly, and most importantly, hire a city landscape architect and opt into the Montgomery County Rainscapes program, where each house gets $7,500 for doing on-site stormwater management, and all businesses get $20,000, and I can't do this in my own city. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Diana, Diana, yeah, sorry.
My remark is a follow-up to what Vern said. I appreciate that you say in the whereas that that there's damage due to an increase in stormwater runoff, but I don't see any resolution, any suggestion on how that can be helped. I myself have suffered I live on Piney Branch Road, and my yard is the drain for Cleveland and Baltimore Avenues, and I'm currently in the situation of having to spend $100,000 with my neighbor to rebuild a retaining wall so that it doesn't further slide into our backyard. I grew up in the Midwest, and we had a cashment system that I don't see at all considered in Tacoma Park, Montgomery County. I'm desperate for someone to give advice on cisterns. When I grew up, we had a 10,000 gallon cistern in our yard. We watered the yard for the whole summer from it. That's how we dealt with deluges and droughts. I deal with deluges by having 2 sump pumps going full blast through the wet season in the spring. I would give anything to be able to save that money, to save that water. I have an underground garage that could accommodate, that I don't use for a car, that could accommodate a large water storage facility. But I don't have advice. I have begged for advice from people, and I don't get it from anywhere. And so I would really appreciate it if Tacoma Park or Montgomery County has the money to spend on consultants for banning gas. Could we please have some money for consultants to help us store water? Thank you.
Those are all the folks who signed up. If there's anyone else now who didn't sign up but would like to speak, please just come to the microphone, tell us your name and where you live. On this subject, yes, just on this subject.
Yeah, Lyndon Wilkes, 7302 Willow Ave. If a goal of the framework is to get to zero greenhouse emissions, why not include in the framework repealing the nuclear-free zone and then working on lobbying the state to put more modern kind of nuclear plant designs that are much safer than prior nuclear plants and will eliminate, offset a lot of the greenhouse emissions that we're getting from things like natural gas and coal.
Thank you. Next.
Hi, my name is Susan Baker. I'm a resident of Ward 1 on Birch Avenue. I think everyone in Tacoma Park, or almost everyone that I know, supports dealing with climate change. Lots of people work it in their professional lives. Lots of people do it in their private lives. We are, I'm raising vegetarians, I'm composting, I'm doing all those things that you're supposed to do, and I don't drive anywhere, all those things. But what is disturbing to me in this report is that we're not being smart about how we achieve this goal. To put together a framework without any an economic analysis of what the cost will be to our community, to our tax base, to all the people, low income, high income, everyone, is irresponsible government. And I think before you all agree on a framework, even if it's something we're supposedly we're gonna analyze how we're gonna do it in the future, that's not responsible government either. Like, we have a bunch of public policy wonks in this city who know how to do analysis, who know how to do budgeting and economics. I'm an economist myself. This is not how you do it. It's a wish list, yes, but now let's think about which of the wishes are affordable, are effective, and we can work on prioritizing those in a way that makes sense, that we can reach our goal in an efficient way. I think there needs to be a lot more done to bring the communities along with you and to make sure that you're considering how our environmental goals can intersect and balance with our other goals like affordable housing, and making sure we have a diverse community, things that work on the issues of remediation for climate change. These are all priorities we need to cost out before we agree to a framework that sets us up for 20 years of policy without enough future discussion. Because once it's in a framework that says we have to do this, we're required to do this, it's going to be very hard for your future political counterparts to say no, because everyone will come back and say, oh, we agreed to do this, but oh, we never did the math. So all I would like to ask as a citizen of this city that I love, and I want my friends and myself to be able to continue to afford to live here. I've already had friends who have moved out because of the tax burden already. If the cost for this becomes so outrageous that all the people that we want to be in our community can no longer live here, we're not doing smart government. So thank you very much for considering improving your analysis before you make proposals. Thank you.
Hi, Roger Schlegel, 6512 Allegheny Avenue. I was in another committee meeting, and I really apologize that I don't have organized thoughts as much as I would have liked to. But I've been following the climate change issue for like 30 years, and it's so exciting to see the dialogue that's been sparked by this bold proposal. And I really wanted to share 5 kind of principles that I thought would really be great to apply in continuing to revise this and make it better before approving it. Yes, and they all start with R, just by chance. So, not because my name's Roger, but so rapid. Yes, it absolutely has to be urgent, like the space program. Like I keep thinking about World War II when people happily mobilized to do things quickly to help a common cause. It also has to be research-based. And I was disappointed when I participated in the stakeholder meetings that Cadmus had said they were going to do cost-benefit analysis on the most highly recommended items, and I don't see that. Maybe I'm missing it, but I don't see where they've really done cost-benefit analysis for it. What's been really helpful to me in my own layperson education has been this book, Drawdown, and I would recommend you buy this. It's like 500 experts have crunched the numbers to figure out what is most impactful. I was really surprised. I've for a long time thought if we all get electric cars and solar panels, we've solved the problem, right? It turns out electric cars out of their 80 items are ranked like 49th in terms of impact, and solar panels are 10th. But as Mary was saying, number 3 is reducing food waste. Number 4 is plant-rich diets. Number 1 is managing your refrigerants, of all things, you know? So it's like if we can get ourselves educated, we're going to have the next thing as a community. We're going to have relational trust, because it looks to me, just reading all the back and forth, that we're in danger here of moving forward so quickly that we lose relational trust, and it makes it very hard to continue to do rapid things. I also feel like we should be humble and recognize that we want something that's responsive, but there are a lot of things coming down the pike in terms of cultural changes, technology changes, infrastructure changes that we don't know yet. So more than anything, we want to hit our first 10% quick, kind of like Tim Mayle was saying, and like Bern Kelly was saying, and be ready to be researching the next 20%. And the last thing is, I think if we do it smart, even if it takes a few months longer to get it right, we're more likely to have ripple effects on other jurisdictions that see something that they want to imitate and build on. And that would make a big difference. Thanks.
Any other public comments on this item? Dan?
Hi, longtime resident, first-time speaker. My name's Dan Metcalf. I live on Elm Avenue in Cindy's ward. I grew up on Carroll Avenue. My concern is really pretty specific as far as I also operate Finn Family Group of Long and Foster. And my mother and I have worked for, she for 30 and now me for 14 years here in the city. My concern is real specific as far as the proposed resolution. Item 5, lines 26 to 28, regarding the requirement for the home energy score. I think there's definitely programs that have worked as far as home energy scoring. I have a real concern about equity and about people trying to hit targets as far and the potential disclosure risk created for anybody sort of independent of income, but just oftentimes when people are selling their homes, it's not necessarily as planned as we might ideally have it be. And I just worry a little bit about the rollout on that. I know Kate and Cindy have spoken with each of you about that, and also with Mr. Ackerley. But to me, what would sort of make sense would be like sort of like a home inventory. Like my concern is the requirement at the transaction. I think that could really have a negative impact on people. I think that if you're going to do that, and I think I think it is a worthy goal. I just think that what makes sense is everybody in the city maybe gets a score and then has a few years and hopefully doesn't have to pay for like a full audit, and then they have a time frame of not less than 24 months to decide whether they want to make improvements, understanding that this is now going to be a disclosure requirement for them when they go to sell. I just wanted to mention that because I think it's a very specific concern, and I think it's a very real concern. Thanks.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Any other public comments on this?
Albin Maynard, 7604 Hammond Avenue. I think this is an awesome avenue and plan. I think that we need a little more outreach to the community. I'm ashamed that I haven't been following the local politics closely enough. I've been running around with the kids who I'm really concerned about the climate about, but you know, this week we're like, what? We're gonna have to buy all electric utilities and pay 3 times as much on to heat the house? What? So please try to figure. I wish I had some great ideas how to reach out to everybody, but. When this passes, that will be one of the main messages that comes out. So we need to make sure that our community is included, or ready for that, I think. I also wanted to just make sure that that we move forward in a fiscally responsible way. That I don't want our city to go bankrupt from whatever decisions we make. So I'd like to see a more clear analysis along that line. And I have no idea if this is an issue or not, but I can kind of picture people saying, oh, I need all electric. For to heat the house, we got these nice solar cell rebates coming along. Maybe we should slyly kill our trees so we can get some solar panels on the house. So something to think about. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, my name's Allegra Cangellosi. I live at 7410 Cedar Avenue, which I think is Ward 1. My priorities in this, and I'm a long-standing believer that we've got to act fast, and we have to act effectively to address the carbon emissions that we're responsible for. That said, the plan needs to be sound for it to have the impact that we're looking for. The goal is carbon reduction. It's not to make a splash as a town and get a name for ourselves, right? The goal is carbon reduction that's meaningful and long-lasting. So I would encourage you to please take a very sober approach to this and also a very creative one, maximizing the amount of flexibility that can be afforded to different households for how they can contribute to that reduction. If there's a way to create a reduction goal or a carbon emissions no greater than kind of goal per household or resident and allow people to construct their own way for meeting it, I think you'll find the greatest efficiencies for our community. Gosh, I just forgot the other thought that I had, but in transportation, you have to include cars. You just have to include the extent to which people are using cars or not using cars. It doesn't make sense otherwise. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other public comments on this item?
Hi, thank you. Adam Landsman, 318 Mississippi Avenue, Ward 4. Haven't heard from anyone from Ward 4 tonight.
Nope.
But I came a couple minutes late. Hey, how you doing?
You're representing.
All right. So I spent a lot of years as a property manager serving the multifamily housing industry. I currently support and lead a company that's focused on energy efficiency around centrally heated and cooled master meter buildings. I've heard a lot of people talk about lawns and leaf blowers and things of that nature, but really we're tinkering at the edges. If you want the bang for your buck, you go where the emissions are, and 40% of our emissions are from our buildings. And where are we going to be able to leverage the most impact for the least amount of dollars? And I think that's dealing with our larger properties up and down Maple Avenue, on New Hampshire Avenue. I think when you deal with one property, you can get a couple of hundred households at a time. And I think that there are ways that we can incentivize building owners and mandate building owners of some of these larger properties to analyze and conserve energy in a way that will be ROI positive for them in the short term and in the long term. And I think when you do that, you can have an impact on decreasing upward pressure on rents. You can have better maintained and healthier communities. I don't think that we should be focused on the cost of these things. We should be focused on the cost relative to the benefit, and that's where the lowest of low-hanging fruit is. It's not even low-hanging fruit, as former Energy Secretary Stephen Chu said. It's fruit rotting on the ground. We just have to pick it up. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments tonight on this item? We got one more, wait, we got two more, one more, okay.
Hi. My name is John LaRue. I live at 7315 Cedar Avenue. We've been here less than a year, and one of the things that was highly attractive to us about coming to this community and about the particular home that we purchased was that a lot of energy upgrades had been done in it. It's a certified green home, and we feel very lucky every day that these updates have been made already. So I would say to some of the folks that are homeowners already, people in my generation are looking for these kinds of homes. This is something that we want. So as you're considering that, and as you're considering the implications for yourself, know that this is what people are looking for and will be looking for well into the future. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else?
Hello, my name is Julia Smith. I am a member of Sunrise Movement in Silver Spring and DC, and I will say that though I technically don't live in Tacoma Park, wow, big shock. I live up the street in Silver Spring, but I grew up in Tacoma Park. Sunrise DC and Sunrise Silver Spring are directly involved in watching the policies of Tacoma Park. And I just wanted to say that I hope it will be hard to sleep tonight, and hopefully when the greatest battles of the climate crisis are written into textbooks, your names will be in them. As Tacoma Park will be the forefront for what the Green New Deal should look like in America, to advance humanity. And on behalf of Sunrise, I just wanted to say that we, along with hundreds of others, will be pushing you. And I just end this by asking the simplest question, which is, what is your plan?
Thank you. Great. Any other? All right. Taking that, we will end the public hearing. Again, thank you very much for everyone who is here. I hope you can stay for our work session, which will be coming up in a moment. But as I started off the evening by saying, we have a lot of passion and a lot of expertise in the community, and we're very lucky for that. The next item we have is public comments on voting items. We just have a consent agenda that has an ordinance approving the lease for replacement vehicles for neighborhood services and police replacement vehicles. Any public comments on that? Seeing none, we'll move to the consent agenda. Would someone like to move the consent agenda? Councilman Costick moved, Councilwoman Searcy moved, and Councilman Costa second. Because there's a ordinance, a single reading ordinance in there, will the clerk call the roll?
Councilmember Kovar. Councilmember DeBala. Councilmember Costick. Councilmember Siemens. Councilmember Smith. Councilmember Searcy. Mayor Stewart.
Yes. All right. Are there any public comments on any other item? Now is the time for those. No? All right. Then we will move on then to council comments. Any council comments this evening? Councilmember Siemens.
Just one thing, I noticed that there is a newsletter and also on the city website that there is an event coming up to discuss Lee Jordan and his contribution to the city. And I just wanted to call the city manager's attention to a typo in the date on that website page.
What is the right date?
It's February 23rd, I believe.
Thank you, I appreciate that.
Councilman DeBala.
Yeah, a couple of announcements and a couple of regional things. This Saturday, Boogie for Books, join me at the VFW. for a Friends of the Library fundraiser, which supports a lot of the programs that you and your children have come to love and enjoy. 8 to 10, Dynamite Band, so hope to see you there. On the topic of energy, and particularly on clean electricity, the Tacoma, the co-op, this Thursday and this Sunday is having folks from Clean Choice Energy at the co-op to talk to you about your choices and how it would work if you wanted to sign up and if you missed the sign up, the group sign-ups that the city had last year. So that's Thursday 4 to 6, Sunday to 11 to 4. Lincoln Avenue, it's Lincoln Avenue Week, and there's a RFP out for public art for a mural proposal, and anybody who wants to comment, get in touch with me or with Brendan Smith, who's the staff person on this. And we are having a speed bump meeting, and I think I forgot to write down when it is.
March 5th.
March 5th, thank you.
You will not forget that date.
Yeah. For people on Lincoln Avenue who want to talk about traffic calming. March 5th here, 7 o'clock. On regional issues, just quickly, there was one of the commenters referred to the transportation, the TCI, the 12-state initiative on transportation. The COGS Energy and Climate Committee just recommended to the Regional Council of Governments Board, they vote next week on this, to vote to support this. So all the people who said that we need to coordinate, cooperate, lobby with other groups, we're trying. Along those lines, just to remind my colleagues that that I'm on the Climate and Energy Legislative Group for COG for this year to make those connections. And there was a National League of Cities meeting, phone call on what, well, Councilmember Smith isn't here, this was for him, on water infrastructure. He mentioned this 2 weeks ago, the water infrastructure bill. So that's my fast forward legislative update. And that's it for me, thank you.
Great. Councilman Costick.
First of all, thank you all for coming today. I really appreciated all the public comments and hearing the many ideas and concerns, and the whole range of feedback is very useful. I just have a couple of updates and comments here. One is to build on what Councilmember Dabala said regarding the Boogie for Books event this Saturday. There is also going to be a food truck. The Cheros food truck is going to be there, and I've been told that it is available for anyone attending the event, but also for anyone in the neighborhood as well. So you're welcome to check that out, even if you aren't able to go to the event. This Sunday from 1 to 4 p.m. is the Midwinter Play Day here at the Community Center. It's a great opportunity to come out and spend some time with your kids or as an adult and just do some play, I don't know if the weather will be cold or warm. It's sort of unpredictable.
It's climate change.
Yeah, it's climate change. But it's a great event, so I hope people will come out for that. On Monday, the city manager met with the mayor and I and businesses in the Junction area to discuss the proposed parking changes in the Junction, and this relates to some changes that had previously been posted in regards to changing some of the metered parking to a different configuration. And I think it was a really productive conversation. I'm really glad that we had an opportunity to talk. And I think you have some updates that you'll be sharing. But the city manager said she's going to make some changes based on that feedback and move away from some of the delivery parking that had been previously discussed, which I think sounds like it will work well for the businesses and the community as a whole. And then finally, the mayor mentioned it before, but we'll be looking at and talking about trees next week. Councilmember Kovar, Dabala, and I have been working pretty hard on pulling together a lot of that information. And the Tree Commission has been working extremely hard, and I want to again thank them for all of their work on that. And I'm looking forward to having that discussion in addition to the discussion tonight, where we're focused more on climate and buildings and transportation and those things. But as many of you have mentioned, I know there's a lot of interest in trees, and it's a very important topic. So we'll have a discussion of that next week. Thank you.
Great. Councilwoman Searcy.
Sorry, I was taking notes to make sure I didn't forget
Remember
anything. So first, I want to thank everyone for coming out. I appreciate all of the feedback that was received, and it's definitely helpful to hear all of the different perspectives. And I think collectively we can come together to identify some, as was mentioned, some of those rotting fruit on the ground that would be really easy for us to pick up and run with in a cost-effective way. So thank you all so much. So on Saturday at 1 p.m., I am just doing a come chat with me over chicken at Sardi's on University Boulevard. So if you are interested in chatting with me about aspects of the climate action framework or just other stuff, come parlay with me over chicken. I will be out next Wednesday. I will be traveling. And so I just want to make sure that folks are aware that I will be away. But please, if issues come up, feel free to send me an email for anything. The New Hampshire Gardens Community Association is having a meeting on the 25th, I believe. At 7 p.m. So just want to make folks aware of that. Just trying to think if there's anything else we want to mention about organizing. Oh yeah.
Good idea.
So I am working with the mayor as well as Councilmember Kostick, and we are working with the executive director of the Tacoma Langley Crossroads Development Authority to schedule a walking tour of the Crossroads area, so you can kind of engage with some of the business owners and taste some of the delicious food. So we're still
Get your
working.
shoes fixed.
Huh?
Get your shoes fixed.
Get your shoes fixed. Or get your hair. I have to do that this weekend. If we can, we will, as soon as we have all of the logistics figured out, we will send out notifications to everyone. So those that are available to join us on a walk and kind of enjoy some of the businesses in the Crossroads area, will feel free to join us. And that is on the 22nd. Yes. Thank you.
Great. Councilmember Kovar.
Thank you. I also want to thank all the people who spoke. I know a lot of people had to leave. I assume they're watching at home. I was really impressed, though, by the expertise. I don't know everybody. I think I know some of the Ward 1 people more, and just in Ward 1, there's some folks who've been working on these issues for a long time or are national experts, so it's very impressive that we have the benefit of those kinds of comments. Just two other things. The mayor mentioned it, but I just wanted to sort of restate it. We've been talking for a while about the need for the next update on the library project. That's been scheduled, as the mayor mentioned, for February 26th, but this is to take the next look at the project with more information on the whole floodplain issue that has emerged and that we're trying to address. And so this will be an opportunity for us to see that and try to figure out what makes sense based on that information. The only other thing I wanted to just mention, there was a really nice event over the weekend that took place in the Penn area, which was this big neighborhood potluck. Jill Feasley and a number of other people in the neighborhood organized it. I think there were over 100 people at the Presbyterian Church in the main hall there, the basketball area. And the interesting thing was, before everybody went to that dinner, there was a whole series of kind of appetizer parties at different houses around the neighborhood. So we all got to go to that and then go down to the dinner, and it was really great and didn't even end real late, and it was just a fun thing to do. So I really appreciate the work that went into it by the organizers, and hope that other areas would follow suit and that we can do it again. Thanks.
Councilman DeBala has one more thing.
Yeah, I didn't say, I was going to say it later, but since everyone's bringing it up, thank you for coming out and offering your views and your expertise and your perspectives and reminding us of some of the things that we need to be thinking about. And thanks to all the Ward 2 residents who've already commented to me. I'll be setting up a couple of sessions for people to come and talk with me at Spring Mills over the next week or two. Stay tuned for that. Thank you.
Great. Just a couple of updates. One, I think it was just Councilman Kostick and I got the chance to do a PSA over the weekend on Census 2020. It is coming. We need to make sure that everyone in our community is counted. Please get the word out. I went to a training, and I interestingly found out the group that is most likely to be undercounted is infants across the board, because people forget to count infants. But the next time we have a census will be 10 years from now. That infant will be a 10-year-old. They will have gone through the schools and programs and everything else, and we will have spent money on them, so they need to be counted. So get the word out. The other thing is, Councilmember Kovar and I have been spending a good deal of time puzzling over the assessments in our community. We had a representative from SDAT, the State Department of Assessment and Taxation, okay, came in the fall. That just created more questions, and I know there are a number of residents who've looked at this as well. And our delegate, Charkoudian, actually left this evening, but she is also helping us get some information from SDAT. And so we continue to work on that issue, and hopefully we'll get some more answers on that. All right, I'm going to turn over to the city manager.
Thank you. And I will say the assessment stuff is completely confusing.
It was my Saturday.
Yeah. When people talk about lack of transparency, that's the place, and it hurts individuals and it hurts the city. So it'd be nice to get it straightened out. You mentioned census, and the census is really important. We have, obviously, people know that it helps us identify representation. It does actually, we do redistrict the city wards after censuses. So it's city, it's other local offices, and it's federal offices. It provides adequate funding of services if we're all counted. I think the most important thing is that it helps us know who we are. That picture, the family portrait of Tacoma Park, needs to be complete. And so we'd like to see it that way. We are expected to have a high undercount, and I want that expectation upended. We cannot have that. We cannot live up to that expectation. So we do have an advocacy plan to get out the word about the census, to encourage people to complete the census in March and April when it's available. We have programs to have events at which you can complete the census. We appreciate the PSAs being made. We'll have bus ads. We did receive a grant of $7,500 from the state of Maryland to help us pay for the outreach efforts that we will be doing. Today there was a briefing at the Council of Governments Chief Administrative Officers Committee on Take a Break, Take the Census thing, where they're encouraging businesses and governments to have their employees not work for a little bit, do the census. So I don't know exactly what we're all going to do with that, but it's clear that it's a regional effort recognizing the importance. The other thing is that we have information I've mentioned before that we don't have enough people to employed by the Census Bureau, and so there are census jobs available for this area. They really they're only at about 60% region-wide from where they thought they would be at this point. So there are jobs open. At our library, we will have a census job recruiter in the computer center area in February on Wednesdays from 5 to 7 and on Saturdays from 1 to 4. So if you're interested in signing up for a job with the census, there's a drop-in opportunity for you right here in this building. Speaking of the library, Will Jawanda will be here next week, right before the council meeting. And he has made a commitment because of one of the committees that he sits on to visit all of the libraries in Montgomery County. And we said, hey, we're not in this Montgomery County system, but we're in Montgomery County. And he said, sure. So he will be here next Wednesday from 6 to 7:30 p.m. I urge council members to go over and join him and help say why the library and the county's support of the library remains important. It's also wonderful because there's a great children's program. 2 authors there in the Coretta Scott King Book Award effort
doing a children's book presentation starting at 7 p.m. So it just works really well. He gets to see what our library really does. As Councilmember Costick mentioned, we had a meeting with businesses in the Tacoma Junction area from the 7300 block of Carroll Avenue. I was very happy to have that. The sense of the attendees at that meeting was that no changes were needed to the meters. This is definitely different than previous conversations, but also may be related, and I think it's related to the fact that one of the businesses has changed. And so it made a lot of difference in terms of parking demand. We do need to accommodate and have accessible parking spaces in the area, so whether it's one or two, those would be going forward. There were several business owners who were not present at the meeting, so we have asked the Old Town Business Association to identify if there's any extra comments that I should know about from those businesses before making a final decision. The process that we have has the opportunity for public comment open till February 12th. So if there aren't any significant changes, then I'll just go ahead and make the changes on the handicap parking. At today's COG, Chief Administrative Officers meeting, we also had a briefing on the novel coronavirus monitoring. I get lots of calls. Oh, is there a problem in Tacoma Park with coronavirus? Obviously, health officials are watching the issues from China. The risk in the United States remains low. Regular flu is much worse than the coronavirus in terms of our day-to-day concerns, but the kinds of things that you can do to protect yourself from the flu are the same things that would protect yourself from the coronavirus. So wash your hands, sneeze or cough into your arms. It's just very, very basic protections of antivirus activities and good hygiene. There is really good information online, though. You can go to the Centers for Disease Control website, or you can even go to the Montgomery County Health Department website for excellent information. And I just note the city staff are very busy. This is the time of the year when we are completely focused internally on budget. And so we're having internal budget meetings. We also have a lot else going on. We're reviewing proposals. I do urge you to look at the information that's posted, I believe, already for next Wednesday on the Rec Center's community engagement outreach that lists the 5 proposal companies that have submitted their proposals for the community engagement initiatives. So we are going to be reviewing those. We're in the hiring process for a number of positions. The summer recreation program registration was hot and heavy. Lots of programs were almost filled, so there was a lot of activity related to that. And you know, the council agenda items have been rather large lately, so we have really been working on those. So just wanted to kind of give a sense about that things are a little bit heavier than normal. We also have a number of key positions vacant, and either we're trying to fill them or we've hired somebody, but they haven't started yet. So we are working a little light for the amount of work that's going through. What I ask is that if for some reason someone has difficulty getting information, please ping me, note that you're having difficulty getting information, and we'll work on it. We are trying to be responsive. It's just been a little bit hard. Yes, sir.
Can you just say again, I just missed it, the responses to the RFP for the rec center?
Right.
Where is that information?
It's on the agenda package for next week.
Oh, for next week, okay,
Yeah.
got it.
But it's exciting because we got 5 really good firms put in for that. So we will be reviewing those so that we have a recommendation for you next week, and we will be working with Councilwoman Cersei as she won't be here next week.
Great. I had a question on our signing up for our rec program, specifically like our before and after care. Do we keep records of how many people we have to turn away or wait lists from year to year?
I don't know, but I think we have a pretty good sense of it. So I'll try to see if I can get that information.
Just
to
like
you.
I know a number of people tonight talked about us doing lobbying and things like that, and spending a lot of time in Rockville and Annapolis. And I just want to assure folks that we all do spend an awful lot of time lobbying. And one of the things is as the Kerwin Commission is being looked at in Annapolis, and especially the funding sources, talking to other municipalities who provide rec services outside of the county. We've been talking about trying to keep track of what we provide, especially the unmet need, so as those conversations are happening, so.
Well, I will tell you that one of the biggest complaints that we get is that our programs are full.
Yeah.
There's huge demand for the programs. Childcare in general is very difficult here. We saw that on the resident survey.
Yeah.
That is an area that where we simply are lacking in, and it makes a lot of difference on the daily lives of our residents. I do hope that, we think about that when we do lobbying.
Yeah.
We also are really looking at that when we're talking with the school district.
Yeah, great.
So just on that point, I have residents that are interested in, the availability of more consistent before care.
Yeah.
Okay.
And so there is an effort that is currently underway to try to develop some sort of petition or request for before care. To, not only just to request it, but to also try to identify or quantify the number of residents that would be interested in participating and paying for a before care through the rec center, so, or through the rec staff. So there's definitely demand. So I say to say there's definitely demand.
Yeah, I think one of the issues, I'm happy to look into that more. I will say that in some respects, the location, having a location for that, the capacity of the location is a little bit tough, and that's part of what we've been looking at. It's why we also try to partner with others, but I'll communicate with you directly on that.
Great, thank you.
Great. All right. Sorry, my papers are all messed up. All right, we think our first work session before we get to getting back to climate change, I think should be fairly quick. Old Town Business Association requests to close Laurel Avenue for events on April 25th through June 12th. We have information in front of us about this. One of them is Art Hop, the other
Right,
one
so the Art
is-
Hop on Saturday, April 25th, and the Tacoma Park, the Tacoma Pride Street Party on Friday, June 12th. So those are a Saturday and a Friday that they have got events that they've been going around also, especially for any Saturday event, to coordinate with the Seventh-day Adventist Church there in the Tacoma Park Seventh-day Adventist Church there in Old Town, to make sure that noise isn't something that's a problem. I did appreciate the inquiry by Councilmember Kovar about, what is it, May 2nd, I believe, is the next weekend is the the Children's
Yeah,
Business
business.
Fair. So there's 2 weekends in a row that we've got agreements, that they have agreements with the church about. So it's not just these 2 events, there's 3 events within those time periods where the street would be closed. They both seem like they have strong support from a number of the folks in the area. So we have that request from the Old Tacoma Business Association.
Great. Councilman Costick, and then Kovar.
Yeah, thank you very much. I think this is a great idea. I'm really excited in particular about the new Pride Street Party. I think that sounds great. I'm really glad that that's being done. I have talked with residents in the Waco area, and the people I've heard from have been very supportive of the closures. What I was wondering was, could we get some sort of comprehensive sort of calendar that would show some of the upcoming dates? I'm just thinking that it's sort of piecemeal, as you said, in terms of having this resolution and then the one related to the Children's Business Fair. Is there any communication to people or posting in advance of the street being closed, or like a month or a few weeks ahead of time? Could you notify me so I can put that out to residents? Just a way to communicate that so people have an expectation.
Sure, I think OTBA certainly has it on its calendars, but it doesn't. Some of this stuff doesn't necessarily come through us. So I will confer with Laura Barclay and see what we can do with you.
Is there any posting on the street itself ahead of time?
I
mean,
have
I know
seen
there's no
signs in the
parking
past.
thing
I have seen
sometimes.
signs in the past. I don't know exactly if it's to the level that somebody might wish, and I'm happy to, if there's some improvements needed, pass that word along.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Kovar.
Thank you. And just a few questions on the signage. I mean, I think, yes, having some advance notice would be good, but having the signs that appear, you know, a day or two before saying this street's going to be closed at this time, the way we do, for example, with the, some of the festivals and so on, I think would be helpful. So that's one thing I would suggest. In terms of overall traffic and parking, I mean, certainly when we talked about the conceptually opportunities for closing off Laurel on a more longer-term basis in the future, and that's something that we're not going forward with now, but there were traffic and parking questions around that. So, and just in terms of the police and other public works, is this something that we can sort of figure out and ensure that we have appropriately covered, which is another reason I think for the signage too, because people won't, if they see it, they'll understand it. If they just have plans to go there and suddenly find they can't, that gets more complicated. And I would add, it could get more complicated with utility work, and so.
Well, I mean, that's actually, I mean, certainly, Ms. Barclay has communicated that recently there've been a number of weekends when
Right,
there was
it's
no
closed.
way to go through because of utility work. So it's not that it's rare at this point, unfortunately. It's a little more common.
But can we check with them, particularly since they don't always do weekend work, whether they would, because that would help us, you know, whether they're planning to do, one of them's on a Friday, so that probably isn't gonna be a big issue. It's a later Friday.
We can do our best on that.
I'm happy to
I know
ask
that
Pepco, I just wanna know where
you
we
know,
are.
the Pepco changes its, I mean, they have their, you know, their schedule. When it rains, they do another day. And so it's not something that they necessarily tell us in advance.
Last thing, and I do worry about this, and I think it should probably be okay, but maybe you could just sort of check on it. Access to the post office for older people or people who might have disabilities. And I know it's certainly possible to park in the back and enter that way. That's not quite as easy. I mean, I come through that way a lot, but, you know, I'm reasonably able-bodied. So I think that's just something I'd like to understand.
Okay.
How we would know about that.
Okay.
Thanks.
All right, any other questions, Councilman Bala?
Yeah, I support this proposal, and I love the rainbow sidewalks.
Oh, yeah, I didn't mention that. The idea of
Yeah.
rainbow crosswalks, yep.
Yeah,
I think
sorry,
those will be nice.
crosswalks, not
Yeah.
sidewalks, excuse me. Yeah, I was in a number of smaller Canadian towns last summer, a large number of them, and they were everywhere, these crosswalks, and it was just nice and festive.
Thank you.
Okay, all right. This will come back to us for a vote next week.
That's right.
All right. Our sustainability manager, Ms. Mathias, you are up. Are you up? Are you awake?
Where do you want me? Do you want me at the podium or?
I think we want you over here.
Over here?
Yeah.
Okay. Sit down. I appreciate that.
I think first we're going to turn it over to you before opening up to council members for questions and other things.
So since our meeting on Saturday at the council retreat, I put together the matrix for council, addressing some of the concerns and providing some of the additional background information and research and compiling it into a format that was similar to what the Cadmus Group had prepared for us, because that format seemed to work very well for displaying all of the information and all of the considerations that we need to go over. But before I get into that detail, I'd like to start with just a quick overview and reminder of where we've been, because I think it's important to consider the groundwork that we of a city have already done and how we've gotten to where we are now and how it informs what our next steps should be. This is a long time coming. We have been working on climate change since 2000 with our first local action plan for reducing greenhouse gas emissions. We have been completing updates to our greenhouse gas inventory periodically. We use the internationally accepted methodology for our greenhouse gas emissions accounting, and we report annually to CDP, the Carbon Disclosure Project. for our greenhouse gas emissions. That is required for compliance with the Global Covenant of Mayors, which we are a part of. And so our latest greenhouse gas inventory was for the year 2017. That was the year we have the most recent data available, the most complete set of data available. And so that is why we don't have the greenhouse gas inventory yet for 2018 and 19, but we will be getting an updated greenhouse gas inventory from MWCOG as soon as they have a complete set of data to complete that for us and for the region. The 2014 Sustainable Energy Action Plan was the most recent energy action plan that had 17 strategies. We implemented all of them that were implementable at the time. And over the past year, as you know, we worked with the CADMIS group to provide an update to that plan as requested in the, or as mandated in the Climate Emergency Declaration. And the CADMIS group also prepared for the city a resiliency and adaptation memo, which provides us with the steps we need to work on resiliency and adaptation in the city. That's a standalone document separate from their strategy recommendations. We did not have the CADMIS group complete a comprehensive sustainability and climate action plan for one main reason, and that is because the Montgomery County plan will not be complete until at the very soonest the end of this year. And as a city, we can't develop our own comprehensive plan until we can put it into the context of what's happening regionally, because we need to know what the county is going to be doing, so that we know where to fill in and what those resources will be available at the county and at the regional level. And so what CADMIS did is take a look at what the city can do, steps we can take, and after the CADMIS report, we got here to this next step, which is what should the city consider taking action on now while we are waiting for all of these other things? Because as we are in a climate emergency, we know we can't wait. Waiting any longer we've been told not to do that. So we need to take action, and we've taken consideration of what CADMIS has proposed and analyzed for us, looked at what is happening around the country and other cities, and what best practices we can do here. I did talk with the city attorney on some of the applicability of the strategies in Tacoma Park and what we can legally do in the city. One of the questions is if we can implement things such as building performance standards in the city, and the previous city attorneys had thought that that was something within our jurisdiction to do. Implementing things like a carbon tax and other forms of a tax would not be in our jurisdiction to do. And so those things have been taken into account. But before any ordinances would be written, before implementation plans would be created, consultation with the city attorney would need to happen to work out details. That is not where we are right now. There's a lot to consider, and once we have a resolution from City Council, whatever it ends up looking like, that will need to kick off a robust community collaboration process for us to work on those implementation plans, the details of ordinances for council to consider adopting. And I think one of the big things that came out of the council retreat was the need for a professionally facilitated community collaboration process. We need to make sure that the community collaboration process is equitable, that it is done thoughtfully and carefully, and that it's done by professionals who know how to reach the right stakeholder groups and to interact with those stakeholder groups in a way that enables them to work with us. And so I think now would be a great time. I don't know how to advance the slides. Thanks. to talk a little bit about the specifics of the resolution. That, again, just reiterate that this was the response to the climate emergency declaration to identify the most aggressive actions the city can take. That doesn't mean the city is going to take every single aggressive action, but these are the steps that are necessary to reach net zero. And it's not everything the city needs to do to reach net zero. There are other things that we will have to do in order to get to net zero by 2035. That includes comprehensive transportation planning. We'll want to look at our tree canopy and planting implementation plans through a separate process that carefully considers the sequestration potential of our tree canopy and what plantings are possible in the city with maintaining our declining tree canopy. There are many things that we'll have to consider doing, but this resolution focuses on our buildings, which are almost 40% of our emissions citywide. That's where we have strong jurisdiction to implement change and to influence change. And can we get the last slide? Yes. So this is where we are now. I am happy to answer questions on the executive summary and the details from the matrix that I don't know if you've had enough time to look through. Yes. So.
And in your package, in the blue folder, is this, which was sent out to you. Thank you to the city clerk for making it more legible.
Yes, thank you.
I have to say, there's that. You know, formatting was a challenge because we were trying to show so much on each of these things, and really so that it's something that you can start to work with. You can have access to the resources that give the background information on these various items. That was part of the purpose of that. So,
Great.
Mayor?
I did have one question on the cost, and thank you for putting in the estimated cost and not only of the program but also of city staff time that it will need. And so I guess I want to just make sure I'm clear. So like if you say it's a third of an FTE or half of an FTE, that's just to implement that program?
Correct.
Okay.
And Mayor, I have not had time to actually analyze also if I think those are actual numbers. So I give a lot of credit to having the thought be there, but I just also want to just let you know that this is still also new to me in terms of really seeing if the numbers seem to be accurate and what other kinds of costs and staff resources might be involved. So I haven't done a full analysis.
Great. That's good to know. And I think that is one of the reasons why, and also why we can't do this in trees together next week. We're taking a break in terms of a work session, a public work session, but I know the work will continue on this. And so as we've heard tonight, I think digging into the financial analysis a bit deeper and having that reflected will be really useful. I have a couple of other comments, but do people have other things on the chart? Or Councilman Searcy, did you want to go?
So, sure, if that's possible. So I have, I guess I have a lot of questions, but I could take my questions in phases. Can we go back to the first slide where we talked about where we've been? Okay. So one of the things that continues to confuse me is I understand their sense of urgency, but it's not clear for me in terms of the logical leap from what we had in 2014, what we weren't able to do, what is in the Cadmus report, why we aren't taking certain recommendations and moving those forward, and what we see today in terms of specific. I know that we're talking about them in terms of framework, but I'm going to be candid and say that they are worded as mandates. So to me, I'm struggling to connect the dots. So for the 2014 plan, we did all that we could do, right? and we were successful, right? So what were we not able to do? What, although we were successful in certain things, were we not effective in actually improving or reducing greenhouse gases? And how do those relate to what we are proposing today? It's one question. And if we have to address them later, we can. And I could pause and then I can move to the next one. Okay.
I'll answer that first phase of questions. So we did not implement a carbon tax because we don't have the jurisdiction to do so. We did not implement a circulating shuttle because it was deemed that there wasn't a need with the different WMATA bus routes and the other ride-on bus routes in the city. I'm trying to think what else was not implemented. Those were the two big things that were not implemented from the 2014 plan. The items that we implemented, and we had reductions in energy use, but we haven't seen huge drops in our greenhouse gas inventory, is because those programs were voluntary. They're incentive voluntary programs, and we had a lot of participation in the programs. At one point, we had about 20% of the homeowners in the city participating in those programs. But we know from our experience and from the experience of people who study behavior change and climate change that voluntary incentive programs don't get big reductions. You're not going to get those big numbers.
So question about that. So our last assessment, I'm just trying to piece together the timeline. Our last data is from 2017.
Mm-hmm.
I know that we did some big pushes in terms of trying to get people to switch over to like cleaner energy, clean choice, and that kind of thing. And that happened, just last year. Has there been enough time in terms of seeing some of the benefits of our voluntary work from the activities that folks have done, given that we only have 2017 data? I guess my question is, how do we know?
So for the Neighborhood Energy Challenge, that was in 2015 and 2016. So we've largely seen the effects of that program. For the clean energy purchasing, we're not going to see the effects from that because during our greenhouse gas inventory, we use eGrid factors, and that is not going to capture the actual source that people choose for their electricity in Tacoma Park. And that has to do with the way the inventory is done and the way that data is collected. PEPCO can't tell us who in the city is purchasing renewable energy. They can't tell us how many customers are purchasing renewable energy. They can't tell us how many kilowatt hours of renewable energy are being used in the city. So it's a really large issue for us to try to even track. I have some back of the envelope tracking that I've been trying to do because I know who participated in our campaign to do renewable energy in the city. And so I can subtract some emissions from our inventory, but not in an official capacity and not in the way that we would report to CDP or the Global Covenant of Mayors.
Okay. And so I think one thing that I think it's important for us to keep in mind is the blanket statement that our voluntary programs were to some degree universally not effective. Because for some of our big pushes, we don't have data to support whether it was successful or not. We don't know, right? So I think it's important for us to acknowledge the level of participation and the work that folks have been doing to date. And if what we're trying to do right now is identify stronger mechanisms to move things forward, we need to keep in mind some of the lessons learned in terms of, are we going to be able to quantify whether or not we're actually reducing greenhouse gases depending on what we are proposing? Because we've already done a big community push and we're not able to necessarily show that it was successful. So that's something that we do need to keep in mind.
Can I just, I think I've never heard anyone on the city staff or on this council say they weren't effective. We have talked about them as plateauing, as reaching as far as we could go with voluntary programs. So I just think that's also important because I agree with you 100%. As a community, and many people mentioned it tonight, there is a huge commitment and people have done a great deal in this city. And what what we're hearing, I think, from our sustainability manager, and we've heard from other folks, is there's a point at which those voluntary programs have plateaued. So I agree with you. I don't think any of us should ever characterize the voluntary programs and the work that's been done over the last 5-6 years, especially since Gina has been on staff, as not effective, because they've been hugely effective.
Right. Or we're not able to quantify it. So I just want to make sure that that point is clear. And then for the Cadmus report, so at one point we said the Cadmus report, are we considering that the update of the plan, or is it not?
Yes, that is what I would consider the update to the 2014 plan.
Okay, so I'm getting a little confused because there were some recommendations that were a part of the Cadmus report that also included aspects of trees, transportation, and the like that were not moving forward. And there were some differences between Cadmus recommendations and what we see in the grid. So can you kind of explain the process of how we are deviating from some of the things? So for example, some of the Cadmus recommendations really focused on, for some of the buildings, like new build construction, right? And so some of the things that we have here are really more focused on existing buildings. So that's a bit of a leap. So I just want to understand, like, what was the process? Like, if we're considering the Cadmus report as the plan, how do we end up with these strategies that might deviate from or go further than what was in the Cadmus report?
The deviation mostly comes from community input. So through the outreach that was done during the Cadmus plan with the neighborhood meetings, the public workshop, the webinar, and the online survey, I heard overwhelmingly from people they were very disappointed with the Cadmus work, and that they thought Cadmus had not actually gotten to know Tacoma Park as a community and had not addressed the characteristics of Tacoma Park, and that it was not aggressive enough. The strategies that are different from what Cadmus has recommended take into account suggestions from community members on how to make those suggestions more aggressive and or cater different ideas for Tacoma Park that we could implement here.
I think too, I think also there is the discussion, and I'm not sure, I read the Cadmus report and it blends with some of the others, was what can the city control versus what we can't control. And so that goes to a lot of the transportation items in particular. You know, I think there's a lot we can do with transportation. I know we're going to be taking that up. And that's a huge portion of our greenhouse gas quantity. But that was, some of this was the distinction between what we have, where we have jurisdiction or countable authority versus not. And with transportation, one of the other issues is people driving through town and that kind of thing. Makes it very hard for us to quantify for ourselves.
So would we consider what we're, and again, I hate to keep harping on this, but I'm trying to make sure I understand it enough to communicate to people in terms of what exactly we're doing. So if we consider the Cadmus report to be the update of the plan that was in what we had put in our declaration that needed to happen, would we consider what is before us right now ideas for a work plan? Or is it an actual, I'm just trying to make sure I understand what it is that we're doing. Are we moving towards a work plan tied to the activities that are outlined and recommendations in the Cadmus report? Are we cherry picking specific ones that we think are important? And the only reason why I'm trying to make that distinction is because when we went down this path with the Housing and Economic Strategic Plan, we had a commissioned report. The commission report included a lot of recommendations. We did not feel that we were able to do all of them. We then selected aspects of that report that we then created our own report for. We also outlined the work plan and strategies associated with that. And then we had lots of meetings about it, including thinking through costs and benefits. So that's why I'm getting a little confused. Is the Cadmus report what we're now saying we're doing, or is what we are talking about now some facet of trying to figure out what it is that we're doing, and we're ultimately going to come back with something that's more complete?
So we never adopted by resolution. So in the past, sometimes the city councils have adopted by resolution plans that have been put before us because we say, yes, this is our plan. We did not do that with the housing plan because we said there are certain things in there. It was a strategic housing plan from the consultants, but we said there were things in there we don't want to do. We did not do that with the Cadmus report because the feedback we got from city staff and the community was this kind of misses the mark on certain places, and we want, the staff to do more. And I think that was from the Committee on the Environment, I think gave that feedback. Mr. Ackerley is nodding, and other folks. And so I would say we have that plan like we had the housing plan from the consultants. And yes, I think this is the work, the next step in terms of the direction of a work plan to say to the staff, yes, this is the direction we want to be going in. It doesn't have all necessarily, I want to be careful how I say this, all of the details because we'll have to write ordinances to put that in place, which is I think it's the way it deviates slightly from the housing plan, it does in a couple of ways, is that much more of the work on the climate is going to have to be ordinances we write and put in place. Whereas the housing work is a bit more programmatic for the staff to work on.
I think that's right. I mean, I think that one of the things, and Gina's the expert, it's not me, but many of the aspects and the recommendations here are not things that we as a city can just go and do.
Right.
Just, we've done the retrofitting of our buildings. We've done the things that we can already do. That's something we've been doing for years. Now this is getting into that place where it does take a different kind of step, and it does require a lot more community conversation. It requires a lot more thinking about what exactly do you want to get. Once you know that, then there's an ordinance that has to be written. In order to know what you exactly want to get, it has that community conversation and it has that real strong discussion of costs. And so I think that's where it is different from the Housing and Economic Development Strategic Plan. I think, there's also just this, I can argue either way about how the approach goes, but part of this is to say, and this was similar to the Housing and Economic Development Strategic Plan, that it's a holistic approach and to the extent of things that we can look through and work on. And so that's, I think, why it goes through a couple different names. Does it go as a framework or whatever? But I think that was the idea, that it's identifying what is the work plan of these components that we need to come back and bring to you.
So then I guess I have a question, maybe it's for the mayor, for our colleagues. When we passed the declaration, we were pretty explicit in terms of that there would be an update to the sustainability plan. We said the plan will do these things. The plan will involve all of these things. So as we're talking about a resolution, do we feel that that the resolution, in whatever form it decides to be, is that plan that was intended?
No.
Okay.
I don't. I will speak for myself.
I
and my
don't
colleagues.
either. I'm just
I
trying to
don't
make sure
think
we're
it's
all
a
on the same
plan.
page.
And I think the reason it deviates is because when we did the declaration in March, Cadmus had just begun their work. I think ideally we were all hoping and that's why we had the December 31st date in the resolution, that we were going to get back that plan and we were going to adopt that plan and move forward. The plan woefully fell short of what our expectations were. And that was the feedback we also got back from the residents. So the next step is, all right, so where, and as Gina said, and she wrote in the summary, to do a full-blown plan necessitates us to do things in coordination with the county. We have over a dozen residents in Tacoma Park who are serving on the committees in the county. And I think we heard last week or the week before, and Gina said tonight, the county's not going to wrap up their work at the earliest until the end of this year. So since we had a declaration in March saying there's a climate emergency, and we know that 40% of our greenhouse gas emission comes from our buildings, and that's the area we have the most control over, there are things that we can do and start putting in place now because we control it to address the climate crisis like we committed to in March. So what we have here is the staff's recommendation on, as we said in the declaration, the most aggressive measures we can take to move us towards our goal of net zero in 2035.
So, and again, I hate to
know,
belabor
I'm
this, but
trying.
I need that clarity.
You're right.
I need it because I'm not
You're right.
getting it. So are we actually trying to identify what we believe are the priority actions that we would like, you know, our sustainability manager to facilitate discussions around in order to develop a work plan and implementation plan that would ultimately make its way back into a final plan that we would then vote on? Because when we get into the process of talking about ordinances, that means you're implementing, you're doing it.
Yeah. That's
So my question is, when we're looking for feedback, are we looking for feedback on from residents and the community about whether or not they want this? Or are we asking for feedback on how, you're getting it, we just need you to tell us get your feedback on how we can best do it in a way that's gonna make you feel good. I think those are slightly different issues. And what I'm trying to figure out is, as a council, what decision are we trying to make right now? Is it we're trying to identify the priority areas that we think will get the biggest bang for the fewest bucks, right? That we want to definitely make sure we're moving forward in terms of engaging the community and really trying to get people to buy into the idea, but also offer suggestions on implementation? Or are we actually just saying, once we green light this, people are going forth and prospering, and the idea is not just going to come back and come into something that's more comprehensive? Again, not trying to belittle all of the work that has been done, but I'm struggling with the communication, and I know if I'm struggling, then other people are going to be struggling to understand what we're doing.
No, I appreciate it very much. I think I also have trouble with it. I mean, I think this is a lot. One of the things that I think is important is that the work of the sustainability manager and a number of the folks with expertise have identified good programs that have worked in other communities to meet certain goals. So this isn't just kind of a wish list or here's some ideas. Here are some kind of best practices and tested things that have worked elsewhere, that there's some models that we can use to reach certain things. So it's a little bit different than just a wish list. Whether or not you want any or one of those things certainly is a community conversation and a council conversation. But part of the other aspect of this is that a lot of times a certain proposal, and let's say it's what do we do with gas stoves, might be something that you need to just have a conversation, and you find that, gee, you get 95% of your goal by doing X, and we've talked to such and such and such and such, and here are exceptions or here are problems, and if you can address those, then you've met 95% of the goal or whatever. When you're going through these various things, until you have those kinds of conversations, you know, somebody might just say, no way, and then when you go through, you say, oh, well, this is a clear exception. Or, gee, I didn't realize that this was just something that I actually just get from the county. I didn't know that. So part of this is an education and discussion back and forth that help identify those various components. So there's these stages. In general, do you want to do this? Then there's, if you kind of think you want to do this, then talk it out and see, does it practically work? Does the money work? And then it has to get to the ordinance. You're right, the ordinance is the implementing step. And, you know, and then of course you have to enforce or whatever, but I do think we do need to be clear which bucket each of these things in, so I appreciate that question.
And I see other lights, and I don't, feel free to, I just grow increasingly concerned that we're starting with solutions when we haven't fully identified our priority questions to answer.
So I think we've done that. I mean, I'm just gonna put, I think through the process last year, and even though that we thought the Cadmus report fell short, what we identified is that buildings make up 40% of the greenhouse gas emissions in the city. As a council, we directed staff to put put their focus on buildings, because we said we can control that. And so I feel like we're in the, maybe somewhere a bit in the middle, whereas we said the focus was going to be on buildings and how to make them more energy efficient and how to move them off of fossil fuels. So tell us how that's gonna work. Staff has come back and said, for that to work, here are examples of things that can happen, like the benchmarking, the energy scores, and all of that. So now the question is, in my mind, the resolution is council happy and believes that this is the direction we want to continue going? Because then the next staff's time is a lot more staff time in actually building these all out and coming back to us and saying what they actually mean. So to me, this is this intermediary step. We did the first step, and we had the consultants come in. We dug deep into that. We got the community input, and we said, this is what our focus is going to be. And then the staff took that and said, okay, if this is what the focus is going to be, and I know this goal is out there in 2035, here are the ways that we're suggesting we get there. And now our job as council is to say, okay, we're at this midpoint. Do we give you the green light until you keep going and give you the resources to be able to actually do this, because that's a lot more work to actually dig in? And then along the way, before anything is put in place in terms of making it mandatory or anything like that, it has to come back to us to vote on.
I'll let other people, 'cause all the lights are.
That's where I see. Councilmember Kovar, DeBala, and then Siemens.
So, Councilmember Searcy asked, what is this supposed to be? And I think it's up to us. So I don't mean that, I would never say that I don't care what Gina thinks this should be. No, because she's put a lot of work into it, but now we get to decide.
Yeah.
And so what I think, and I've been working on drafting language that could be added to do this potentially, is that we shouldn't say we are absolutely vowing to do all these things and they will all be required and it's just a matter of preparing the ordinances. If that's the proposal, then I wouldn't agree with it. What I'd like to do, though, because some people in reading it have gotten that impression, and I get that. So I'd like to put in language that would say, make that explicit, and then also say, here are among the various factors that we have to take into account in going forward when we do this, and that would be the budget and tax rates. That would be cost-benefit analysis with a particular focus on lower income people. That would be, what are the other levels of government doing? I keep talking about that, but I think that's a crucial part of it. How does this link up with some of the other initiatives that we have, which would include the housing plan, which would include the public space plan, which would include the tree work we're doing, might even include parking management. And there are several others. I think I mentioned some of the factors in the thing I sent around recently to Ward 1. But so if we say explicitly, we're not requiring these things. These are things that have been identified as potentially helping us get there, and they need to be studied. Now, I don't know whether we can afford the staff that it would take to study it. Maybe some of it can be done with what we have. That's something we'll have to figure out in the budget. But I think also some of these things, since they're so far down the road, we can't even really do a true cost-benefit analysis today, because we don't know what the marketplace is going to look like, for example, for renewable energy 10 years from now. We hope, and in particular, people mentioned lobbying. I think the lobbying should be more explicitly written into this. If we lobby for Lori Charkoudian's bill and we get CCE, the Community Choice Energy, and then the county is able to take that up and we become part of it, that will begin to transform this in a way so that maybe in 10 years, people will just decide, you know what, it's so great, I'm just going to go ahead and swap out that boiler even though I don't have to. I don't know if that will be true, but we won't know that today, and we could say, let's figure that all out now before we pass the resolution. We won't be able to figure that out because that's just kind of not exactly knowable. Now, some other things might be more knowable, which might include how you would help people potentially pay for the home energy audit and whether that's an appropriate thing to ask people to do. Those are things we can talk about sooner. So I think there are a bunch of things, I've talked about them before, like adaptation and resilience and the trees more explicitly and understanding our legal authorities that I think we need to get into a resolution if we're going to pass it. But I think all of that, to me, flows from first clarifying this point that this is a menu of things, we might add other things to them, that we're going to be working on in the coming years, taking into account these specific types of things that I mentioned. If we get that and we can reach an agreement on that, then I think all the other stuff flows. I'm stopping.
Thank you. Councilwoman DeBala.
Every time I think I'm going to say something, somebody's already said it, but let me give it a shot. So as one of the people who worked on writing the climate emergency resolution, I guess I did think at one point there was going to be a plan from Cadmus. But I do think, I agree with Kate, that I think the goals, they're not written down explicitly, and I think they need to be. But I think they're clear. We have to do something about buildings. That's within our jurisdiction, just to pick on one thing. So if you think about efficiency and then renewables, and then if you have renewably supplied electricity, then maybe you're talking about fossil free. So what are the steps along the way that we can control while we are also, and I feel pretty strongly about this, and I've spent a lot of time on coordinating with other jurisdictions to get, because we can't do it all, to get what we can do. But I see this as the piece that we can move forward on now while the other stuff is moving along. And I also have a list of things that I would like to amend or add or expand or change or take out. But the gist of it is I see this as something more than whether and less than how. Going back to what you said. So whether if we're going to take climate action seriously in this city, we need to move from completely voluntary to some kind of stronger program on buildings, existing buildings, and new construction, which is the county. To me, that's a goal, and it's a clear goal, and we need to get that clear in writing for everybody, and then some of the rest of it flows from there for me. That's how I'm looking at it.
Councilmember Siemens.
Thank you, Mayor. And Gina, thank you so much for all the work you've put into this. It's an impressive matrix here. And to Jesse for making it fit on a couple pieces of paper. I look at this and I try to look back at how we normally do business. And usually somebody says, "Gee, I've got an idea." Some council member or somebody says, "I've got an idea. I want to buy a bus for the city to use." And so the council talks about it and says, "Do we have enough people who want to do that?" And you go, "Yeah, let's look into it." We don't do it yet. We just jump out and say, "Go buy the bus." We say, "Well, let us know how much that would cost. Figure out what size bus we want, whatever." And we call that a work session, right? And we don't, at the end of the work session, say, let's pass a resolution, right, to accept the idea. We wait until we get the more detail back on what kind of bus do we need, how much is it going to cost, and all these things, and then we vote on it and pass a resolution saying, let's go get a bus. So I'm a little perplexed on why we've got a menu of things here, of why we need a resolution to say, yeah, that's a nice menu, because what kind of I don't like about that is that, does that mean if we pass a resolution on it that, you know, when you come up with some bright idea downstream, you know, 6 months from now that you've heard what somebody else has done, it's a good idea, should be on the menu, that we can't alter the menu? Why do we need, I mean, we're not putting this into stone, so why do we even need a resolution at the end of the day to say, yeah, nice work, because I think it is nice work, but I don't see what the need is for resolution. And the rotting fruit are in the building, is that what it's supposed to be, the rotting fruit? But yet this covers transportation and, you know, lawn care and a number of other things. And again, that's good, they're nice ideas, but I think what I'd like to see is, you know, we say, yeah, you're headed in the right direction, but now I want you to come back with, you know, what's your recommendation for which of these things do we take a bite out of and how do we do it? And then we'll probably have several work sessions and public hearings and lots of other work to do to focus on that one or two things that you recommend. And at the end of that process, then there would be a plan and a vote to say, yes, we're going to do it. Let's move ahead. So I just think I think it makes it, part of the confusion is that we're passing or talking about a resolution for just accepting a bunch of ideas that aren't fully formed enough yet to actually have any specifics from the council to say, you know, spend this much money or don't spend this much money or whatever. And then the other thing that I'll just say is that I heard several people tonight talk about, they alluded to the fact that we could do everything that's in here, and at the end of the work, the worldwide climate is not going to be affected a whole lot. It's important for everybody to do their work towards improving the climate, and I certainly think I support Tacoma Park taking a lead role in that, just because nobody else, there are not a lot of other communities are doing that, and I think we need to get a lot of people doing it. But I think one of the major steps that was alluded to tonight is that we should have a menu item for how do we encourage the rest of the world to do their part. You know, what it should be added on as another thing in here. How do we accomplish that? You know, do we focus on, is it better to focus on the county, the state, the federal, all of them, you know, and try to put together a plan for that? I think that should be one of the things in here, in our menu. That's all. Thank you.
Councilman Costa.
Thank you. First of all, thank you again to Gina for all your work on this. I appreciate the discussion that we're having tonight, and I think it is important to look at exactly what we're doing with the resolution and where we're trying to take this in terms of direction. To me, I think the most important thing is that we're acknowledging that climate change is happening, climate change is here, and we need to take some action on this. And to me, what we have in front of us are not just at the ideal level anymore. These are things that Cadmus has reported to us, that you've taken a look at, Gina, that we've heard from experts are things that we need to do. And we may not do all of them. They may not be things that are all feasible. And to me, actually, one of the things, when I first read it, I was a little concerned in regards to the 2014 plan, when I read not all of the steps were implementable. But then I started thinking about it a little bit, and it occurred to me that, you know, we're going through another sort of, whether it's a resolution or a plan or a mini plan or however you want to look at it, maybe not all of these things are going to be implementable, just like what happened in 2014. But I don't think that means that we shouldn't pursue them and we shouldn't find out more about them. And so, you know, I disagree a little bit on whether the idea that we don't need a circulating shuttle. I actually think we possibly do. And that's something, yes, that's something I
We're
think,
team shuttle.
Yes.
I have a lot of Ward 3 people who want to get out to the crossroads.
Yes, likewise.
So I mean, I think there are things that, just like in 2014, we might revisit some of those things from the 2014 plan. They might not have been implementable before, but they might be now, or they might be in 10 years. And to me, a lot of these things are things we need to be considering and we need to take really seriously. So I like that they're in front of us, and I like that we're having this discussion, and I think it's really important. I do think in terms of the framing of the resolution that's in front of us, we need to look at how it's framed. We need to look at what exactly it is and what exactly we're tasking you with and what we want to get back. I support a plan that is, and a resolution that allows for the type of community engagement that you're talking about. I think racial equity has to be a huge part of this. Environmental justice has to be a huge part of this. And we need to make sure that we're hearing not just from the people who are in the auditorium tonight, all of whom I really appreciate and I want to hear from, but from other people too, people who aren't here, who aren't ever going to come to a council meeting, and how these steps are going to impact them. But I think we also have a lot of opportunities within this, and I heard a lot from a lot of people tonight about flexibility, and to me that's key. It is keeping the flexibility here so that we're investigating these things and we're looking at how they impact people, but we do have the flexibility to not go 100% if there are some exemptions that we need to make, or to look for funding opportunities to help people who need help reaching a goal, or to push a date back or push it forward, depending on how we see things going. So I think flexibility is really key, racial equity, environmental justice, affordability, and economic impacts. I also think are just absolutely essential. We need to look at how this will be impacting economic development, and by extension our tax revenue, how it impacts small businesses, all of those questions. But I don't think we can get into those impacts until we are able to look really closely and specifically at a specific thing in front of us. I mean, I don't think we can say you tried, and I think it's really useful to have, but it's hard to look at all of these things and say how are all of these things as a whole going to impact each of these different aspects of taxes and budget and affordability. I think we really need to get into those like more specific details, and to me that's what this resolution is setting up, a sort of a roadmap for where we're going so that we can do that in the future. And I like in many ways that they are all here together, because there's a roadmap, but there's also a sense of the holistic view. So we're not just talking about one thing and considering the impacts of it in isolation, because the impacts of one of these might not seem huge, but then if we combine it with the impacts of something else, it might. So I like that it's holistic, but also sets forth opportunities to investigate more in the future. I want to briefly note transportation-wise. I do think this needs more on transportation. We heard that a lot tonight. We've been discussing it as a council. We absolutely need to include a placeholder for one thing regarding transportation in here. I actually don't entirely agree with the concept that we don't have authority over transportation. I think we actually do have more than we think we do. We don't control everything, but we also don't control everything about zoning or buildings or other aspects in the city. So I do think we need to think a little more about being willing to try things that maybe we get around some of the authority issues with transportation that we might not have. So I'd like to see us, and I'll consider additional wording for this and where it's most appropriate, but I'd like to see us do things like pursue pilot programs with electric mass transit, so we could reduce the number of single vehicle trips on the roads, looking at parking management to incentivize transit use, really taking a systematic look at how we're subsidizing single occupancy vehicles and cars instead of mass transit. We don't actually have a policy right now, I believe, on the city purchasing electric vehicles, which has been sort of an undefined policy. I mean, that is something that we're aiming to do, but I think we could define that more clearly. We could look at developing, again, I think we do a lot of this already, but we could look at more systematically developing a complete streets or shared streets model. I think there are a lot of things we can and should do on transportation, and I appreciate in the executive summary noting a start in the summer in terms of looking at transportation more. But I'd also like to be sure that we think about it a little bit in this resolution as well. I've talked a lot, so I apologize. I will just briefly throw out a couple of questions, and I don't necessarily need answers on them right now. I had some questions on the EV chargers and the timing of that in the multifamily buildings. I think the timeline strikes me, at least at first, as short and being a relatively expensive pursuit, potentially. I lost my place here. The EVs. I had some questions about the composting as well. And I don't know if I'm missing something in terms of looking at this chart versus the actual resolution, but I wasn't clear on where multifamily buildings that are below 20 units fit. There was some wording on buildings above 20 units and then like single family homes, but I wasn't really sure how things fit in below that.
Yeah. So for timelines, I would hesitate to take any of the timelines too literally, because we need to go through the community collaboration process in order to develop concrete implementation timelines. And so when we talk to building owners, they may say, well, that's just fine, we can get that done. Or they may say, we need 5 years, we need 10 years, we need different resources, or we need to look at this differently. And so that community collaboration and that stakeholder engagement is going to be very important for us to develop any concrete timelines. Those are just suggestions. That's it, just a suggestion of how quickly things could happen. That doesn't mean how quickly things will happen. For the multifamily buildings, there are some suggestions from some community experts on how we can handle those buildings that are under 20 units. It's not explicitly written out here, but there are opportunities that we could replicate a program from Boulder, Colorado. It's called Smart Regs, and they've had it in place for a number of years now, and it is a way to essentially benchmark or to require some minimum energy efficiency is met through rental units in that city. And so I've actually had some expert technical assistance on how we might adapt that for Tacoma Park. And I would be happy to share that.
Mayor, may I just jump in for just a moment? One of the things that I think I hope that you come to is some discussion about who you're speaking to through the resolution or whatever statement that you make. So one thing is, what are you telling the general public? Like, here's your vision, here's a general concept over time, what to think about, what to do. One is to the future councils about what you're looking at. I'm particularly interested in what I need to know for budget. So what is it that I'm thinking about in terms of staff allocation, whether it's community education and outreach, whether it's lobbying, whether it's searching for grant stuff, that kind of thing. And so as you're going through and identifying what language you want here, I do hope that you kind of identify at times who's the audience for that, or what information could be shared. And if there's something that could be helpful, we're in budget season, if there's something that can be helpful for thinking about the work plan for staff coming up, that'd be very helpful.
Sure. So, do you want to go? Okay.
So I think I'm trudging along a path forward. Okay, because I'm trying to make sure I understand and it's clear. So just one thought in terms of how we are considering what's here. In my mind, what is here are priority strategies for consideration as it pertains to sustainability actions that would ultimately be part of the climate plan, right? I would consider these strategies or possible approaches that are maybe priority, however we want to describe priority. I would also say that when we're the next iteration, it would be great if we did not just only communicate what were the most aggressive things that we want to move forward. If we were to scope this thing strictly around housing in the buildings, they are strategies, not written up as mandates or requirements or the illusion that they're definitely going to be in any way. These are just strategies that we're exploring. I would feel better if we put something forward that actually required a full breakdown of the cost benefits as well as community engagement readouts.
Yep.
That list of strategies, we're not talking about ordinances yet, that list of strategies and implementation approaches then come back to the council for consideration and ultimate approval. Or they're worked into a plan. I don't know where we're gonna be at that point. But I definitely think that it needs to be clear that what we're really just talking about are potential strategies for consideration. And it's not something we're definitively doing. I agree with Councilmember Siemens. I don't understand why we're doing a resolution on this. In my mind, the resolution would come, you have identified priority, the most aggressive, along with a whole bunch of other strategies. You come back to us with a full, like, not just the menu of the things that have the 5, different dollar signs behind it, but we have menus of, hey, these things are cheap and voluntary. These things are not so cheap and would require lots of work, and this is how many FTEs. And these are the things that's gonna cost a lot of money. They're gonna give us the biggest bang for the buck. Now council, come back and tell us which ones you want. So I don't see this as that. The way it's being described is more of, give us some feedback on whether or not you're okay with us continuing to do the legwork to figure this out. And for me, I'm struggling to figure out why we would need a resolution to say that.
So I need to chime in on why I believe we need a resolution on this, for a couple of reasons, and why I think it's different. It's similar and different from what we've done before. The need for a resolution is because we do need to have more, because of the steps that we may ultimately need to take, we need to make sure that we're getting out in the public and engaging them. And I think the fact that we called this a resolution got a lot of attention. And maybe some of it wasn't great because some of it was confusing, but it got a lot more attention than from people across this community than the last year plus did by having the Cadmus report, having community conversations, having focus groups, having a survey. There's a lot more engagement and discussion of these points than we've had. And I think part of it is because we said, we're gonna have a resolution and vote on something. And I think that's actually a good thing because people pay attention much more so when we say, we're gonna vote on this versus we're just gonna keep having work sessions and say to the staff, okay, keep going. The second reason I think we need to have a resolution on this is because we have elections coming up in November. And I think it's always good as a council may turn into another council to leave, when we've worked on something so hard, leave clear intent of what we worked on. And so I don't think clear intent is yet here, and I have some suggestions for that, but that would be my second reason. If we were at the beginning of our term together for 3 years, I would probably feel less urgency to at least document where we've been and where we think this needs to go for the next council.
I was planning to stay here.
Okay, well,
Yeah.
I'm not sure all of us will be here, so. The third reason is what we have seen happening across the country in terms of other cities and places taking actions that then push either utilities or companies or other levels of government to take action. Vermont is a great, example. Vermont right now, there's a utility company in Vermont that is producing renewable natural gas. Next year, Middlebury College will be completely powered by renewable natural gas. Now, whether or not that's scalable to other places, we don't know yet. But the utility company, when they're on the record, has said the reason they did this was because of demand. And because of the community speaking out and saying, this is what we want. By doing a resolution and saying, this is the direction we're going in, we are saying to utility companies and other people, this is where we're going with this. And we're setting out the demand. And I also think, as Councilwoman Costa said, and Councilmember Kovar said this like really eloquently in his blog this week and really captured it, and I probably won't do justice to it, but how these things are all interrelated and looking at this holistically is really important for us right now, and not just taking them one at a time. So for me, those are all the reasons why I think at this point, this is a resolution we should pass. I also agree that maybe, I don't want to say stepping back, but like rethinking how the priority strategies, I really like that, are worded here, so it doesn't look like we're taking this leap to, then next week there will be this ordinance that mandates this, but that there are going to be other steps along the way, I think is really important. So that would be my answer to that question. I have a lot of other things I want to say, but that's do you want to go next, or?
Yeah, I might have put it a little differently, but because these are bold and innovative, I guess I would add.
Right.
Because these are bold and innovative, I think it's good to signal that this is something that, the direction that we're considering. And I like the way you put it, priority strategies.
Yeah, I think so.
But because a lot of this is, as I said, bold and innovative, kind of cutting edge. And I have my eye on the county, and particularly on the buildings piece. I keep going back to buildings, sorry about that. Signaling that this is something that we are taking seriously and we want to move forward with is going to help them to do the same thing. And then we will have them doing a fair amount of our work for us, and wouldn't that be nice? I didn't mean earlier to leave out transportation. I agree with what Casey said. And I didn't mean to gloss over I think there's a real need for seeking extensive involvement of all of the members of our community as we talk about how these things might be implemented, how they affect people, how they affect renters, low-income homeowners, seniors, landlords, the folks who, realtors, oh, he's left.
Dan's asleep.
But who are both the most affected by the programs but also who are the most affected by the changing climate. So I see that as an important piece, and I didn't mean to skip it earlier. And I think you all already know, but maybe everybody else doesn't. I've been about the money piece for a while, and looking at our authorities, what we can and can't do locally, looking at what the county does and how that might help us with grant programs, all of that. So I have a lot of thoughts on that that I won't share right now, but I just want to put that out there. And last, I think, when going back to an earlier point that somebody made, I think we probably want to explore more about the energy savings to residents and small businesses. That point seems to have gotten lost, the benefits part of this. So I guess I'll let somebody else go. And I had questions about the composting piece too, but maybe we'll just park that for tonight.
I think detailed questions, I think we could just send to Gina and then you can come back to. Does that make sense? I had a couple of other things, and I can type this up more neatly. I did have it typed up nicely, and now I've just added to it. I just want to echo, I really like the direction Councilwoman Searcy is going on this, on the priority strategies or approaches piece of it. And to add at the beginning of the resolution, some whereas clauses about like why we're focusing on buildings, like where, like, I feel like we don't tell the story enough in the beginning of the resolution, and that would, I think, be helpful to frame this for folks. And I think it's those of us who've been like sometimes the closest to it, you're like, it's there, and then you go back and you read, like, no, it's not there. It's actually not actually written down in there, and so that was really helpful feedback. The other thing that I realized was actually not written into the resolution but it is in the materials, is the establishment of a sustainability assistance fund. And so we talk about it in some of the materials, but it doesn't actually say that in the resolution. And I would really like us, and this goes to what the city manager requested of us, to explore that, looking at this budget, going into it, because no matter what we do with this resolution, I would like us to consider that, because down the road, whether or not we're doing adaptation or mitigation work on climate change, we need money to help residents. And that's just like, we started very small with some of the tree emergency fund a few years ago. But we heard tonight about stormwater. We'll talk about stormwater hopefully this day and not after midnight tonight. But so that is like one thing I think needs to be in the resolution. And I would also say that's something I'd like to have us see move on in this budget. The other thing is, I'll just reiterate what my colleague said, the collaboration. I've drafted a couple of amendments I can send around to folks, but really baking that into this resolution, that it is essential, and really looking at, again, the partners we can have. We're really fortunate that the NAACP's Centering Equity in Sustainable Building Sector Environmental and Climate Justice Program, which really needs to be renamed, is so close to us. And they, we've had conversations with some of their staff and really thinking about how we may partner, maybe not necessarily, definitely with them, but someone like them. And so I think that would be really useful, and I would like to see that baked into the resolution. What else did I have?
Can I say something about the sustainability
Yeah.
fund? So another thing I meant to say is as you all know, I feel pretty strongly about the coordination of housing and economic programs with climate programs. And that goes for the funding. So if there's going to be a fund, it should dovetail with the assistance we already have for buildings. That, yeah.
And then just on some of the items, like, I think we get real specific on certain things like LED lights and other things. And again, this goes where Councilwoman Searcy is going, is like broadening that out, because we don't know what the technology is going to be. So I think we want to think about terminology as we look at this, and we look at these strategies, and we look at where we want to go with it, to not be as specific moving forward. And I would like to see us add to some of these things, and I don't know at what stage now that we're like, but I think the letter from John Arciola talking about the businesses and the struggles that they have with the Facade Advisory Board, with historic preservation, I really think that needs to be added to the menu of strategies to look at, because that's lobbying, that's like a lot of different pieces there, and I'd like to see that included. Yeah, I think who's now? Councilman Kovar, your light's on.
I know we have to get to the other points, so I'll try to be brief, but just on the question of whether there should or shouldn't be a resolution, my view is that there should, and I say that for a couple of reasons. There are certainly situations in which we talk about something and then say to staff, yeah, go ahead and figure that out, and sometimes we even do a hand vote. But that tends to be a fairly isolated kind of thing, like, should we look at closing off the street? Okay, yeah, that sounds good. Work on it, report back. This I see is different, because it's a larger group of priorities, and we really do want to, I think, may not be the precise ones in this resolution, but we want to send a signal that there are these steps that we want to take. And so to me, passing something like that really does make a difference. And I think, as the mayor said, there are similarities and differences, and maybe Councilmember Searcy did also, with the housing strategic plan. In that one, I tried to get us a little more specific. Not everybody wanted to be as specific as me. That's okay. That's the way that goes. But I think on housing, mostly we know what those things are, right? I mean, we're not creating a whole new concept. It's about money. It's about working with you know, outside entities that might help us do it, but we kind of know what the technology is. In this case, some of these things we really don't know. I think the mayor just said this, and so it's going to take some time. And so I think if we sit around, or not sit around, but if we wait to figure out everything before we go, some of that's going to take years and years to figure out. So I think it's almost like we might have 3 tiers of things. What are some things we could do pretty early? Maybe that's the rotten fruit or whatever. We can probably get a different name for that. And then figure out what are the mid-range things and the longer kinds of things. I'm not going to say my list now, but I have a number of other things I'd like to add, like I said. But I was actually pleased because most of the things, not all, but most of the things mentioned by the 30 or so people who spoke tonight in the public hearing, I think myself and my colleagues here have talked about. So
Yeah.
I heard some small things that we hadn't talked about. I didn't hear anything sort of medium to big that hadn't been one way or another discussed maybe among ourselves and maybe not always in a public setting like this, that should be added to the resolutions. I felt pretty good about that. I just think that, so I think we should pass a resolution, not literally this resolution. And I think that, you know, working on that is what we should do. I will say, I'm not sure everything we need can be done quite as quickly as we're saying it would be now, as far as potentially voting on February 27th. And that's my one concern. So I think date-wise.
I said March 4th or March 4th.
Well, I think date-wise, we might need a little more time to figure all this stuff out. And I'm just going to say that. I'm not saying we have to, but that's my impression. Thank you.
Great. All right. There are no more lights on. I think that's. Oh,
I have one more big picture question.
All right. I
So
know.
we talked about previously there, and I could be just making this up because it is almost 11. At one point, the implementation was pushed out to 2045 for some things, correct?
For the end of implementation.
For the end of implementation. So my question is,
We'd be done.
Then why is our goal set for 2035?
Well, the goal is 2035. I don't think that we can do everything by 2035. And so that implementation timeline for the elimination of fossil fuels was trying to take into account that that's something we could not reasonably do by 2035.
Okay, so I would encourage that if we are making goal statements and timelines, like 2035 feels a heck of a lot closer than 2045. And so even though I agree wholeheartedly with your assessment that we don't need to include that specificity in terms of implementation deadlines for each of, and I like the priority strategies for consideration. If we don't want to include those deadlines because we haven't figured that stuff out yet, but we need to at least acknowledge the fact that we already know that 2035 might not be realistic in terms of when we would reach the goal. And the question for the council would be, I know you said in your original declaration by 2035, but we've already identified some priority strategies for you to consider, and thinking realistically about implementation, we need to set this goal at 2045, and that's something that needs to be included in a revision of whatever it is we ultimately create.
So we can reach net zero by 2035.
Right.
The net zero allows us the flexibility to do things like purchase offsets and to purchase additional renewable energy and carbon credits on behalf of the community in order to make up the gap. And so we can maintain the goal of 2035 with you know, maybe a secondary goal of reaching 100% reductions later on. So some of the strategies like the elimination of fossil fuels, that timeline for implementation would take longer, but doesn't mean that the goal of net zero by 2035 needs to be changed.
I was just going to say that as I recall, in the climate change emergency resolution, we were to some degree repeating the goals that others had. And so this is a good time to double back and make that stuff clear.
Right.
Okay. And I will just say, as we're going forward, because we are going into budget and everything, and that is one of the reasons I actually would like the resolution passed sort of early in March and not, pushed, because I do think there are going to be, and even if we're talking about these as priorities and strategies, to get to the next level will take money and resources. And so I also want to be sure that as we're talking about this, that when we go into our budget for this year, that we are also thinking about what resources we need to take this to then that next part. Not fully fund necessarily everything, obviously, but making sure that it can continue. So those are, I think, all the conversations we have to have, and why, in my mind, I would like this resolution passed in early March, so we can have those conversations at the same time. So, all right, we're done. Thank you. We'll be back in 2 weeks. Stormwater.
This also has to do with
That's right.
climate change, and I think I'll have Ms. Braithwaite come to the dais. I think one of the things that's important to remember is that we do have regulations to meet certain stormwater requirements. Those stormwater requirements also help our community be more livable, and climate change resiliency and the impact that stormwater has on it is huge. And so obviously we want this to work, and we have really good programs to make it do that. They cost money. Our recommendation, based on the kind of the list of things to do, is about $700,000 a year. That's what our stormwater fee has been geared towards raising for this year, and what is being proposed for next year to stick at that $700,000 amount. And I'll turn this over to Ms. Braithwaite to tell you a little, to recap what we've thought about already about and talked to you before about how to think of a fair approach to assessing those funds.
Sure. We've been working on this now for just a little over a year. Hard to believe, but in January we had the study by Black and Veatch that reevaluated our actual impervious area per single-family homes, and the first realization was that our prior assumption about 1,228 square feet being the average impervious area for single-family properties was significantly lower than what it actually was. It's over 2,000 square foot per lot for single-family properties. So we had that evaluation done in January. We then had a council session in September where we provided a lot of information about that report, as well as looked at various options for what that new number meant and how to move forward. As you know, we have a stormwater utility fee. The intention of the stormwater utility fee in its originating language always said to charge based on impervious area per lot. When we initially implemented it, at that point in time, which was many, many years ago, we did not have the granular level of detail in order to identify what that was for single-family properties. So we made an assumption based on state tax records and county records and some aerial photo analysis about what the average impervious area was. However, for larger lots, commercial, multifamily, and institutional, we did have enough data to implement our intention, and we do now bill everything that's not single family based on their actual impervious area. The unit of measure that we use to calculate that charge is based on the average single family impervious area. So now that we know that our actual impervious area for single family lots is at least 1,000 square feet more, we need to evaluate and redo our charge. There's a number of different ways to do that, and in September we went through some of those. It's staff recommendation that we now implement fully the intention to bill people for their stormwater management fee based on their actual impervious area, regardless of single family, commercial, or multifamily. The one thing I think I failed to point out strongly enough in the cover sheet is, regardless of what we do, our rate has to change because of that change in the average impervious area. If we were to do nothing, we would be down $150,000 a year. If we charged the same amount, the $93, for single-family properties and use that average impervious area to charge our multifamily, commercial, and institutional, we would not have sufficient funding in the next fiscal year to do the programs that we've identified. Every year in the budget process, we have a 5-year program plan for capital projects, including stormwater projects. So our intention over the next 5 years is very clearly laid out in the CIP that you guys look at each year. In addition to those are capital projects. You also do the Stormwater Fund, which identifies maintenance fees and the other costs that we need for salary and infrastructure maintenance. So as Susie said, the overall program cost, the budget that we need to maintain our stormwater system is $700,000 a year. So we need to make sure that we generate those funds on an annual basis in order to keep doing the work that we're doing. I think that being said, I have no memory left at this point, so I'll have to watch me tomorrow and see what in the heck I said. But our recommendation is to implement the full charge based on impervious area. Based on the work that Black and Veatch did, their recommendation was that we use a base rate of 500 square feet. So we use that as the unit of measure rather than the average impervious area per lot that we had before. So we take a figure of 500 square feet and we associate that with a $25 fee, and that we implement that rate charge across all properties and charge property owners, regardless of property type, based on how many 500 square foot units of impervious area they have on that lot. So what that means is some people will pay as low as $25 per year for a stormwater fee if they have 500 square feet. Others will pay the maximums up to $525 per lot, and that's in the single-family category. Our commercial property owners, institutional and multifamily, pay a range of the lowest fee, the $93, to up to $10,000 or more per year in the stormwater fee based on their impervious area. That information was provided in the last time we had the discussion. If you'd like to see more of that, we can provide that, but we were really focusing tonight on the single-family piece because that's the kind of new piece.
And I think, correct me if I'm wrong, but I think part of the reason that there's some concern is that because of the gross miscalculation basically of residential properties, it lessens for many of the larger properties that are commercial or institutional, it lessens their amount a little bit. But a little bit of a big property affects the smaller properties disproportionately. So a larger proportion of the $700,000 will be coming, if you do it fairly, would come from single-family homes. We provided some information to you about, and the map about how many properties and where properties are based on these calculations of if you did $25 per 500 square feet. And for most of the wards, it's about in the 120 to I think 141 is the highest of any of the wards as an average. If you average out for the single-family homes in those wards. Nobody's down at $93, nobody's at $75 for an average for a ward. I think Ward 2 has a pretty good, has a pretty low rate. Ward 6 has a pretty low rate compared to the other wards. But it's still more than, for a number of residents, it's more than $93 more than they've received.
Yeah, and I just want to reemphasize, in order to maintain our $700,000, we would have to charge everybody $103, so we'd have to already raise the rate, or $108.
Right.
Can you explain that again, because I didn't follow that?
Sure. Based on Black and Veatch's analysis of our square footage and lots and whatnot, the options are we could charge single-family property owners $108.47, and all others based on the equivalent residential unit, the new equivalent residential unit, to maintain that $700,000 fee. Or we could charge everybody across the board, single family through commercial, $103 per the equivalent residential unit of 2,100 square feet.
But if it stayed the same,
we would be $150,000 less in our revenue.
I think the piece
well,
that's
where does that come from?
Because we wouldn't be charging commercial properties based on equivalent residential unit of 1,228 square feet, but instead 2,110. So
we'd be overcharging.
their charge would drop down significantly.
But it would drop down if it stayed the same? But I mean,
We can't, now that we know that our equivalent residential unit is 2,100 square feet, and our ordinance language and everything else about our law says we bill based on equivalent residential units, we need to implement that plan.
Right. It becomes a legal question.
There's no option of staying the same. That's what you're right.
Well, I mean, I guess we can always do what we want to do, but we veer off the law at that point. And one of the things we did when we discussed this in January, we kind of punted it and discussed it in the summer, discussed it in the fall. We're back here again in February now, having not grappled with what we want to do with our stormwater utility fee.
So in my view, the reason that I encouraged Ms. Braithwaite to put this forward is that I think this is the most fair approach, is just to base it on the 500 square feet. The issue about, which is a very real issue, about people who would be getting a higher rate, especially a significantly higher rate, means that we would either need to find money from another source and add it in so that there's a phase-in of those folks. There's some question about where that might come from, where those monies might come from, and I could make a couple different arguments about that. I will say that the folks who would be getting a phase-in are the folks who have a lot of impervious surface. So I went and looked at the folks who have the $525 charge under this scheme or whatever. Really long driveway going up a hill, and if you go and the water lands on it, it's going into Sligo Creek. So you see, right? So you see a reason for that, for that impact. That doesn't take the sting away from getting a really big jump. And so, one of the things that, because this discussion kind of keeps getting punted down the road, we've also not had a real discussion with these individuals about what would happen with your property, how to be prepared for that. So to me, that's a big issue.
And what, if anything, they can do about it? Because in some cases, there are things they can do, and maybe in some cases not.
There are things that can be done. So a couple of the options are that we could find money from some other source, and I can argue, there was a suggestion about the money that was set aside for some property tax credits. There's housing reserve fund, which you could stretch a reason for helping out of that. We have to be very understanding that these funds would be going to help people who tend not to be the lower income people in our community. So just recognizing that it's more a fairness issue because of the surprise, but not necessarily meeting some of the other council goals that we have and that we look at. So very interested in an approach to be upfront and careful and understanding for the impact of these things. But I think we also need to be clear about how that actually gets translated so that people see that there's an impact. I've been thinking through options like you still get on your bill $300, but you get some other kind of credit from the city as a phase-in to offset it and to help make it clear, look, we're giving you we're helping you get there. In order for you to actually get that number down, you can replace some of this impervious surface with some pervious surface, or do some other kinds of things that would help reduce that number. It's hard to do, I will say. When we look at some of these properties, if you're just 10 square feet over, maybe you can fix it. But if you're a long way over, it could be a big challenge for a resident. So we're trying to, look at some creative ways to deal with this. But we do need to make some decisions for what goes into the budget.
And I just wanted to speak briefly on some of the information that you have before you tonight, as well as some other things that we sent. There's a chart that lists per 500 square feet, so you can get a sense of how many properties would be impacted citywide and what their fee would be. As I mentioned, the low rate is 25, the highest is 525. When you get to the high ends, those numbers get very low. 4 properties, 2 properties, 1 property. So the impact is minimized to some degree. I also gave a bar chart which sort of shows the bell curve of how those things are going to impact residents. In addition, we provided a map, much with the help of HCD staff, that uses a color coding mechanism to show which property would be at what rate. And I think that's kind of helpful. The thing that was interesting to us when we first ran that map was to see that it's clearly spread all across the city. So there isn't one ward that's going to be more impacted than another. It really seems to be very much, I was assuming otherwise. I was really pleasantly surprised to see that we have that kind of distribution throughout the city. So I think it's in that way, doesn't really impact one ward more significantly than another, which was one of the things we were on the lookout for when we were first evaluating. Other information that we can have available, have already, and I think I sent we sent out this evening, we have a chart of every property and the fee that we pay. We split it up by ward. We've done some analysis in terms of the average fee, the total fee, and then the breakout by number of households per ward. So if you'd like to see that, I'm happy to send that along. I don't know if that helps inform the decision or not. I think really at its base, we need to determine if the council is comfortable moving forward with the intention to bill for the stormwater fee based on impervious area, or if we want to take a look at maintaining our flat rate for single family and the rate per impervious area for all other types of property. It also then opens up the possibility of one common refrain that we hear from residents is they wish we had a Rainscapes program. They wish we had a program where we offered rebates. While we do for the trees in terms of bulk buy with the $100 off for a tree planted and warranted on your property, we don't offer it for anything else. In order to move forward, if we were to contemplate a Rainscapes type program in the city, we would need to identify funding for that. So that's the biggest issue. The $700,000 that our stormwater utility fee generates each year is packed into programs and infrastructure. I can happily point out where those dollars are being spent. You mostly have to drive by them on your way in and out of the city. So we've been doing a lot of stormwater work. So that money is now occupied in public right-of-way projects for stormwater system maintenance. All this, without a doubt, addresses resiliency, addresses climate change, is keeping flooding from happening from the public right-of-way into people's homes. So without a doubt, our stormwater infrastructure is a vital component to resiliency and addressing climate change. So we need to continue to work on our stormwater system. We have a very old stormwater system, 100 years old in some places. We also have requirements for treatment, and we do very innovative things with treatment and bioretention facilities and trying to make sure that we will meet the state mandated goal of treating 20% of the stormwater that comes off our impervious areas. So if we were to move into the idea of a rebate program, we'd have to identify funds for that. We'd have to identify staffing for that. I did have an opportunity to talk with Ann English in the county who oversees the Rainscapes program for Montgomery County. And their program is like on its 12th year. So they've got she's got a lot of incredible data about the program, how its impact, what it does. 95% of the applicants are single family. There is opportunity for all commercial and multifamily to go through the Chesapeake Bay Trust And we can do that, so our commercial multifamily properties are not restricted to that. It's outside of the Rainscapes program, so that's something that we can help advocate for those commercial properties. They give grants up to $100,000. So primarily what the county is addressing is the single-family property projects. And their goal is to cover 50% of the cost of the project. In this current fiscal year, they've got a budget. They started with $260,000. They added $200,000 more, and they'll probably add an additional $100,000. So $560,000 in a one-year program. And less than 100 properties are being assisted with those. Across the first 10 years of the program, 1,000 properties received rebates. And since 2019, I believe she said 137. So they do use those programs for their treatment goals. So they do capture that data and report it as part of their mandate to provide the treatment goals. That'll be a critical piece of this if the city were to pursue that. One of the things that we've found in our own program with permitted stormwater facilities that are required to do maintenance and inspection reports, it's very difficult to get property owners to return those inspection reports. So if you're going to be documenting that facility, that rain garden, that cistern on your property is what we're counting our credit towards meeting our state mandate, we have to make sure that that stays in place, stays well functioning, and that we have the documentation to do that. So there's a big
The county's supposed to find out the information every 3 years for each of their projects.
Yeah, their goal is to inspect 10% of those private facilities annually, and to themselves through field inspection, and the rest through the reporting. They have an online reporting form, as we do with our private permitted facilities. People have an online reporting form that we ask for, and we're talking about 50 facilities that we currently make sure are inspected and in our maintenance reports. So just things to think of. If you would like additional information that really puts it out on a granular level in terms of the cost impacts for your single-family properties by ward, I've got that available and can send it out to you.
On the county program, can I just ask a quick question? Were there any, if they have the 10 years of experience, were there any, and it's a very expensive program, and I would love to see just even, like, if a paragraph, what you just said, written up.
Sure.
And put in the next time we talk about this so that
Mhm.
residents can see how much it costs.
Yeah,
'Cause
I
people
have
keep
a
bringing it
notes
up.
as well as their kind of program
Right,
things.
Right. So
Mhm.
my question was whether there were any of those measures that proved effective that were lower cost. So is there anything that we can, any one thing that we can consider?
Sure. She said the two most popular that they fund are permeable or pavement, impervious pavement removal, people pulling up driveways, putting down permeable pavement, and conservation landscaping. Conservation landscaping is kind of like a rain garden, except with less ponding, so it's more amenable to trees and to slopes. You're not doing as much excavation. You're not digging 2 and 3 feet down in the ground. You're just doing a more modest thing with swales and vegetation in particular. So those are the two most popular. Rain barrels, though they still offer a rebate on them, across the board, all across the country, rain barrels disappear. You're wasting your money buying rain barrels because 2 years later they're gone, or they're not being used, or they've been disconnected. One of the other big takeaways from them was that they at one point did a neighborhood-based, kind of targeted neighborhood-based program where they knocked on doors and used the community organization and, paid 100% of the cost of the stormwater management project on private properties. They have terrible maintenance for those. They've just fallen off the grid. So unfortunately, like with most things, those projects where people came up with the idea, researched it, worked on it, thought about it, wanted it, pursued it, tend to be the ones that last and are there 3 and 6 and 9 years later doing what they're supposed to be doing.
So my two other points, one was, can we get that written down so we can share it?
Sure.
I think we should move to this system. I would like to hear at some point a little more about when and how we as a city approach people who are going to be in that higher category, and figure out a strategy for how that.
Well, since we know their property addresses, I would think,
Yeah.
number one is we send a letter. Of course, people may or may not read the letter, but we can certainly do newsletter articles as well as send a direct mail to those properties.
And the
A little welcoming basket, and by the way, your payment's going up.
Now, as you know, the
other-
past 2 years, the stormwater fee has been in the county tax bill, or maybe
That's
just
right.
last
It's
year.
in the town.
So we don't do the separate mailing anymore through the city.
That's one of the reasons I asked, yeah.
Many people will not even be aware of it, particularly those who's paid by their mortgage.
Right,
Because
and
it'll be in an
especially if
escrow
it's about the same
situation.
rate or it's gone down, they're not gonna pay any
Right, I was
attention to
thinking
that.
about the high end.
Well,
So
given
the
that the
other-
high end is really a, relatively
relatively
small
smaller group of
percentage, we
people,
could
so-
certainly do a direct mail
Yeah,
to
so
those
then
property owners.
The other, and maybe, I don't know, maybe a workshop for them or something on what they could do. But the other question I have is, if there were to be a phase-in for the top 10 or 20, and it were to be some portion of the fee, like, that would come out to be about how much? My math tells me $5,000-6,000, not $50,000-60,000. And so what? Well, don't count on me for math, even when I'm awake.
I think we'd wanna
That's
come
my
back with a couple
question.
options.
Let's come back with a couple, I would appreciate seeing a couple of
Yeah.
options on what that would look like.
Yeah.
And if it is possible, if it really is only $5,000, is that something that we could, in the short term, absorb, knowing that we're gonna get it the next year or the year after that within the program of a $700,000 program? I'm just curious.
Sure,
So that-
it would also depend on what percentage of that rate increase you were trying to offset. I think it would be well more than $5,000.
I do too.
Yeah.
Well,
in
like I
direct-
said, don't count on me for math. So that, yeah, that would be, if we could look at that, that'd be great.
And it
Thank
depends,
you.
$100 off, half off, kind of depends on
Right,
what
so a couple
scale
of
of
schemes, just so
your.
we can get an order of magnitude sense of what that looks like. Thank you.
Yeah, I just had a few questions. Thank you. So one, can you just explain, first off, where the 700,000 figure is from specifically? And since people ask me this all the time, what would happen if we didn't have our own plan and we were just in the county?
Our stormwater system would fall apart, and we would have massive flooding. They do not do the level of inspection or maintenance that we do. We have our system videoed and cleaned every 4 to 5 years
Yeah, we just
throughout the
approved the
entire city.
contract for that, I remember.
Yeah.
Right.
The county does not do that at all. So it's a problem-based. Once something collapses, once something fails, then they go in and try to fix it.
And what does the 700,000 represent?
700,000 represents staff salary, which is a half-time of your city engineer and a portion of our construction manager, so there's some salary costs. There's also the O&M, the operation and maintenance costs for repairs, for the video
But I
inspection
guess
I mentioned.
what I mean is, how is that the number that we want?
Well, it's based on the need primarily. We've had that budget now for several years, and we've identified a list of projects. As I mentioned, we have a 5-year list of projects that we already know about. So those are things that we've known about for years. So we have developed a budget based on addressing known and perceived new problems, both in the capital budget.
It's in the
as well.
budget document. We've also had fairly extensive presentations by Daryl about, for the federal regs, like how it's gonna have to increase over years. So we have we do have this 5-year plan.
That's connected to what we're required to do
That's
by
right.
these higher
It's
levels of
whatever
O&M.
kind,
Okay.
it's, you
Yeah,
know.
we have to meet the 20% treatment by 2025.
Okay, just a couple other things then. So I think, if there could be some sort of phase-in, that would be worth exploring. I did ask you, and it was fine that you couldn't provide it now, but I'd like to see the median as well as the average for the different, for the breakdown we had. This is really quick. I always thought it was $92 and not $93. Am I misremembering that?
I thought it was 93, but
Well, I'm pretty sure it's
Okay.
92.
All right.
So here's
My bad,
a
sorry.
question I don't know the answer to. So I can imagine a house like where I live, and the water lands on the roof, and it goes into the gutters, and then the gutters go into downspouts, and the downspouts go into the ground, and then whatever happens, happens. So that doesn't run off into the street, say, the way stuff that goes down my front walk does, or down my driveway, or part of my driveway anyway. So does that get factored in some way?
no, it's strictly impervious based on roof surface, driveways, lead walks, garages, sheds. For the most part, downspouts, the water from your roof doesn't soak into the ground per se. If it is in the ground, it's usually in a pipe that's taking it through the lawn and out through the curb. So you're just channeling it into
Right.
the street. It's not dispersing. Now, there are folks, and I think you're one of those properties that have permeable surfaces within your driveway pads and ways in which that you've
Yeah, right.
removed the impervious areas. So there would be, like there is now, people can challenge the calculation of their impervious area. If, for instance, we said you have certain square foot of a driveway, and they'd say, we put in permeable pavers 2 years ago, they would be able to
Right.
give us that information.
So
and-
those kinds of things would be done on
Yeah.
individual basis.
Yeah,
So
and it happens now. People challenge the stormwater assessment now, and we go through that process.
So I thought you said that the county had about 100 properties per year that benefited from the 565,000, was that, am I remembering those numbers?
She said a little over 1,000 for the first 10 years and 137 since fiscal year 19.
So,
But this year, they've upped their budget. Well, part of what they did is they used to have a cap at 2,600 for single-family homes. They've now raised that cap to 7,500, so the actual amount of the total rebate you can have over your lifetime of your property has significantly gone up, so they've
and that's a
increased their
rebate
funds.
in the taxes that you owe, or,
It's an actual payment towards the construction, so they
It's-
have two things. They have a
It's just up to 50%, right, of the.
Well, their goal is to do 50%. They have a certain amount per square footage. So if you get a great deal, I think they said about 60% are built by contractors and about 40% are DIY. So their goal is to cover 50% of the cost, but they do have itemized costs there by square foot for each of the different items. I was gonna, what?
so, but I'm just thinking, if we did that, we wouldn't have as many as the county did, right? But for a couple $100,000, I'm not saying that's nothing that's hard in the budget, we could get to several dozen properties potentially, depending on what the projects were.
Sure.
If we decided we wanted to do something
Yeah,
there.
yeah. I
So-
think my point has always been that we need to fund that outside of the existing stormwater
Right.
utility fee, because all those dollars are kind of accounted for.
Understood.
And then we'd have to have staff
So-
or consultant time to accept the applications, do the field work,
Yeah.
oversee the
Yeah.
program.
Councilmember Clover, I think one of the persons who testified today made a comment that one of the things that I think people ask for more is the hand-holding, is the consulting work to know what to do. And so frankly, to me, I would really prefer if we end up with some kind of extra amount of money in the stormwater budget or in one of the sustainability type funds, that part of this be, how do we help address water flow on people's properties? And I think that would be actually, I would think that might actually be more received in a better way.
So I guess on that point, and then this is my last point. So, I mean, we talked a lot about the climate plan, and so there's obviously linkages to that. And I think we were fortunate that this past year didn't end up being a rainy year as it had been the year before. If that had continued, we would probably be hearing from more than the one resident who spoke today. So I guess I'm just a little worried, though, about, we have that potential for another rainy year. We know we have problems where people are experiencing that. We had all these SDAT problems that the mayor mentioned earlier, and it just feels problematic to me to be I mean, this will be a tax, right? People pay it on their tax bill to be potentially adding, doubling, like only 20% of the people will pay less. That means 80% will pay more. Now, maybe half of those 80% will only pay a little bit more, but lots of people are going to pay more, and I think they will notice it. And just when that's factored in with this, in some way, should connect or link with our climate plan, and we already know that there's strange things happening with the tax bills, that all just makes me very nervous.
Well, let me just be really clear. This doesn't have anything to do with tax bills. This has to do with calculations of impervious surface, and it just happens to show up as an itemized list on the tax bill, but it isn't something that's a mistake by the SDAT.
No, I'm just saying for owners who've had to pay what to them feels like an unfair amount, and some got to pay less, so they're probably happy. But an amount that you're required by law to pay that appears on your tax bill is a tax. We can call it whatever we want, but that's how it's going to be interpreted. So.
Not to go too far down the rabbit hole, but one of the benefits of our program is that people who don't pay taxes, particularly institutions, also pay into our fee. So that's a critical difference with this particular fee. Being a fee and not a tax is that institutions like Columbia Union College and WA and other schools and churches and nonprofit organizations pay based on their impervious area.
I agree that I think what's difficult is people can do a lot of things when they have some warning, and there's just not going to be a lot of warning if this version were to go through.
Yep.
So.
So first, thank you so much. I do agree with this approach. I think it is, people may be like, grr, but it's a more equitable approach. Like, it's fair. And so for me, I would err on the side of being okay, even though I've done the math and I know that the vast majority of the households in my ward are likely to experience some sort of increase. I guess for me, part of the reason why I'm more open is the fact that we've had to deal with major stormwater infrastructural changes in our ward in order to deal with stormwater runoff. And in my mind, we're going to have to figure something out in terms of how to direct more money and address more of these stormwater problems that we're having throughout the city. And I know that I've been one of the people who's been talking about the climate action plan, like, show me the money. This is one case where I could actually clearly see the money. You pay an extra $10, it's awful, I get it. But if we could use those dollars to redirect money that's coming down Glenside, making it up, away from your house to where you are no longer having to figure out some 50 sump pump approach to keeping a street river from coming at your basement, that to me is for most people would be money well spent. So I think for me, the biggest thing is just making sure that we're not just doing lip service, that if we are going down this path of saying, look, one, our costs are going up, we don't really have a choice in that. Two, we think the fair approach would be for you to pay based on the amount of impervious surface that you have, and we can work with you to figure that part out. And three, the added money, although it's awful, I get it, you don't want to pay more money, who does? But the money is actually going towards making some improvements that might actually save you the headache of a flooded basement. And I think as long as it's communicated in that way, it's an easier sell. Now, when we talk about those households that are triple, like five-fold, that for me is where, okay, let's figure out what threshold of households. I'm not talking about folks who are gonna, like me, I'm gonna deal with a $20 increase. I know, I built a patio, whatever. But I'm sure it had permeable bricks. It was inspired by like a British English garden, so it's like little. I like it. Anywho, the biggest thing is going to be, for those households where you're talking about a 5-fold increase, I think it's only fair that there's a phase-in approach to that people aren't hit with like a $500 increase. Again, I'm not talking about people like me that's going to have a $25 increase, but I am talking about those folks who are going to have 4-time, 5-time stormwater fee increases. And so trying to figure out what that threshold is so you can identify how many residents are we talking about, which should be more targeted. Then that way we can definitely identify either a phase-in approach or a 2-year subsidy to kind of offset that increase, and maybe that phases out. I'm not sure. But I do think if we can identify those households that are dealing with that 4-fold, 5-fold increase, and figure out a way to kind of provide them with some relief, especially during their first year, would be important.
Ms. Searcy, one of the things that I was thinking about the last few days as we've been thinking about what happens for these properties, the property owners where the numbers would go up a lot, I was thinking about asking them, do they want a phase-in for theirs? Because they may want to donate those funds to stormwater. I mean, we have a lot of people who buy into this system and say, yeah, I got a lot of pavement. Yeah, I'll pay my fair share as a donation to the program. So one of the things that I was thinking about is an opportunity to waive a phase-in if somebody wanted to.
So my brain turned off like a half an hour ago, but I appreciate all this information. And I keep struggling with this every time we talk about it just because there's so many different factors, but I generally understand that it is more equitable. I keep kind of coming back to this, like, oh my gosh, wouldn't it be better to go from 93 to 108 than 93 to 300 or 93 to even to 25? It just seems somehow I just, like, viscerally that hits me differently. But I do think that it makes more sense to be paying for what you have on your property. I agree. I think we need to have a phase-in approach. I don't want to see people get hit with a huge increase in 1 year. I don't think that makes sense, especially because it's not a change that they have made to their property. And these are people they've done nothing differently to their property. So I think it's a little hard to understand why all of a sudden there's such a jump. And then I'd like to see some outreach in terms of offering suggestions, if there are any, for them to mitigate that so that they can reduce it as much as possible. And I mean, in some cases, people just won't be able to. It's the size of their house, or they have a long driveway, or whatever it is. So if there are ways to just encourage people so it doesn't feel like, oh, I'm just stuck with this and I can't do anything about it, but maybe there is something I can do to reduce that. And then to allow people to appeal or have it revisited if they feel like there's something incorrect about theirs.
Sure.
I mean, I'm just looking at my own, for example, and we have a shared driveway. I wonder whether that driveway got counted for us instead of our neighbors, for example, like those sorts of things.
That's in the ordinance now.
Okay.
That there's a process for, asking for adjustment to your fee.
And then my final question is, because every time we go through this, I forget and I have to verify again. This is about the actual impervious area, not the percentage of your lot, right?
Right.
Yes.
The actual square foot of impervious area regardless of your lot size. So it's not a percentage of your lot. It's
So if you have a very small lot, but it's all paved, it's, it still might be less than a large lot that just has a driveway and house and whatever, depending on the sizes.
Okay, thank you.
Just one quick one very quick thing that we didn't highlight was that this is not just setting a fee, and it also does mean an ordinance change for this section. So that's at some point it'll come back to you. It's in the package, but we didn't mention it this night, so I just wanted to say that.
very little that has to be changed. It's mostly just the reference to the rate and the base rate and the units.
And does that trigger a public hearing or no?
No.
No.
There's nothing actually.
Okay.
The only time you have to have a public hearing is, no. You actually don't even have to have a public hearing for that. It's on the tax.
You gotta push a button.
Right, on the constant, tax
That's it.
rate, public hearing, and the, our code requires budget public hearings.
Oh, right, that's
Right.
it, but that's the
Yeah.
only requirement.
I feel like it
And-
might be useful to have something like that. I mean, it doesn't have to be the
Or at least
formalized.
a two-reading ordinance would be
Yeah, I mean, it's
required.
a
for an
two-reading ordinance,
change.
but there's always the opportunity for the council to determine, gee, we'd love to have it like tonight.
Yeah.
We're gonna have a public hearing. I mean, you can always do that.
Mhm.
All right, thanks.
Yeah, it's just a question of giving notice, enough notice.
Right.
And that's why we didn't, even though folks were sick anyway, even though the schedule changed, there was no way of changing the public hearing tonight for the climate change stuff because we had already put it in the newsletter and we just
And by
caused
the way,
havoc.
we don't have the Sentinel anymore to give public notices with.
Put it in the post. I'm just gonna say ditto. I agree with what my colleague said. I like this approach. And I do think I like the idea that the city manager, many of the ideas the city manager put out tonight, contacting people, especially those at the really high end. And also, I would like to see it phased in, but showing people if we can, like what their actual amount is, so they know it's coming. So, yeah. And then I guess we'll just look at some different scenarios, because I'm struggling with where to break it down. I can make different arguments for different things, but I guess it would help to see some numbers.
So in terms of timing on this, when do you imagine discussing this again?
Well, I'll work with the mayor on scheduling. I think it needs to come back pretty fast, just because we need to have them,
We need to know the numbers.
And we want to let people know.
I was gonna say, if we wanna do a kind of that direct mail outreach, assuming this is the direction, so that they would have an opportunity to know before you all made a decision, that would seem to be fair and as transparent as we could be. So that would be something we'd need to do fairly soon. So I guess once we arrive at kind of where the threshold issue is and what the threshold amount is, I don't know if that needs to be in a council setting
I
or
think
if that's.
I might be able to send it by email, but if it looks like it's a discussion item, it'll need to come back for council.
I'm pretty sure it's gonna have to come back.
Okay,
Yeah.
okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, just don't put me at 11 o'clock.
I know, I'm sorry.
It's just not nice.
Yeah. I know. I'm sorry. I knew everybody would people were gonna be here, so hopefully we won't. But we wanted to do it with climate change. We actually think we may have scheduled you again with climate change. Anyway, thank you, Daryl. I'm glad we're moving this forward, and
thank you
yeah,
all.
we'll come back to it.
Thank you very much.
Appreciate it.
Thank you, and we are adjourned.
Mayor Stewart.
No.
So there may be one committee applicant that Councilmember Siemens might want to mention, or
Your
I
job.
could mention it if you like.
Yes, I appreciate that.
Yeah.
Yes. So we have an applicant, I sent information around to the council, an applicant for the Grants Review Committee, Lynn Bach from Ward 2. And I wondered if there was any objection to her being scheduled for appointment next week.
No objection? Nope.
I have a question about when we might get to demographic issues with committees, based on her age and her race. I bring this question up.
Well, you could always object based on those grounds. If you don't, people have in the past, and people have not been appointed, if you'd like to have that conversation. And I would say, that is a question I had asked the city clerk, because we heard from two members of the staff who are doing the racial equity cohort with the
that's
Council of Governments, that the project they picked was looking at our committees. So
Right.
I would like the efforts that the council's doing and those efforts to actually mesh a little bit more, so.
So what I learned is that that's a 5-month project.
Okay.
That racial equity work, and it can go in parallel with, but I don't think you want to wait.
Okay.
But it will definitely be part of the conversations going on, and I think we're working to set up one more meeting of the staff council group. And I think after that, it'll be time to, I'm thinking bring in the committees into the discussion and the council, and we need to start moving on this. But if if you want to take into if you want to consider not appointing people at this time, then there's an awful lot of appointments you're not going to make over the next month or two. And that's your option, but.
Yeah.
Can I just ask a quick question? Is it possible to get a sort of a list of, I mean, I know you send these things out, so maybe I should just look at it more closely, but is it possible to get a list of like all the committees with the
Yes.
vacancies and like what is sort of upcoming or what you anticipate if that's
Yes,
possible?
It's more than possible.
Okay.
Yes.
Thank you.
It's pushing a button.
Yes. You'll get that.
Awesome. All right, now I think we're done. All right, we're adjourned. Yay, before midnight.